pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, I'm glad to see some of you could make it out for this meeting. It's the first one we've had here since early March, so hopefully this isn't our new normal, just a temporary fix, but I think it was a solution we could come up with, spreading out here to have the meeting in person. The next regular meeting is scheduled for Friday, May 22nd, 2020 at 9 a.m. here at the Community Center, 3500 Edgewater Drive, Sebring, Florida. Just a reminder to please silence your cell phones. We have a consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion from the board? I have some, and it goes back to some comments I've made earlier on the budget. But first, I really appreciate the thoroughness of Chrissy, but I'm wondering, the minutes become a big packet, and probably more information than we need in the published minutes. We've got the recording we can go back to and listen to it, but I'm wondering how the rest of the board feels about briefer minutes that kind of summarize what was discussed rather than giving us a blow-by-blow of the entire discussion. Any thoughts on that from the other board? Or do you like getting the blow-by-blow in the written minutes?
If you're going to have them at all, you should have them correctly. That would be my opinion.
Okay, I'm not sure how that responds to my question.
Well, you said you want a briefer.
Briefer.
Well, that's not minutes then. You're asking for a summary. I'm just saying, if we're going to have minutes, we should have the correct minutes. That's all.
So you would prefer the thorough minutes?
If we're going to have it, I prefer what we have now. Yes.
Okay.
Would it be acceptable just to have an electronic version?
Who said that?
That was Craig.
Huh?
That was Craig.
Because we sure do wait, there's a lot of paper here. Yeah. And I'm just saying, we get an electronic copy of it, and that electronic copy is available to the public, is it not?
I'm sorry, do you just mean
like a Word version of this? Or do you
Yes.
mean
You mean just have it online, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's fine with me. I don't need the paper copy.
Yeah, I need the paper copy because I read and edit better on paper than I do on the screen. So maybe we just leave it as it is. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up on the consent items is the financials. And because we don't really do a monthly budget, what I'm looking at here on the financials is a snapshot of where we are, but it doesn't give me the kind of information I need. So, for instance, if I look at the golf financials, I've got nothing that compares this March to last March, which I did on my own and went back to last March's report. So we are down from last March, which, since we had some closures in March, isn't totally surprising. But when I look at the variance on this summary page on page 2, I can see that last year, year to date, we were budgeted. I'm sorry. Let's see. Prior year we did Prior year we were at $287,000. This year we've got a $3,000 variance, and the prior year to date was minus $290,000. I'm sorry. The year-to-date variance is $3,000 because the prior year-to-date was a minus $290,000, and the year-to-date versus prior is minus 290,000, because we were positive 287 last year and negative 300,000 this year. The scary thing about that is understanding where it is in relationship to the budget. And it's hard for me to fathom what we need, and I'd like to see, let's get to the point, as we discussed at the last Zoom meeting, that we have a monthly budget so that we can look at it comparatively month over month from prior year, as well as year-to-date over prior year, and compare it to budget, because we may have made some changes in the budget that impact that. So I appreciate there's a lot of numbers here. The numbers are accurate, but it's not giving me the kind of information that I need to know where we really are in relationship to budget. And
We do get a monthly budget. It's attached to, go further down in your pages, and there's a monthly budget, and then there's a year-to-date budget, the performance versus budget. Now, whether the budget is right or not, that we can dispute probably quite a bit. But I mean, I'm looking at page.
Okay, I got you. So the question is, how is the monthly budget in this report calculated? Is this a 1/12 of the annual, or is this actually what the monthly budget is?
That's actually what the monthly budget is. Carl breaks that down accurately.
Okay.
So on the summary page, would it be the board? So right now you're getting actual versus actual comparisons.
Okay.
Versus budget to budget.
Yeah.
Is that the board's preference, or do you prefer to see last year's actual versus budget, this year's versus budget? Like, what is it that we're looking for? Are we gauging actual performance, or are we gauging performance to budget? Which one is more important in relation to this report?
Well, to me, both are. I want to be able to gauge where we are compared to budget and where we are compared to last year on a monthly basis and a year-to-date basis.
So you want to see last year's budget as well, because it's going to be different.
No.
I don't want to see last year's budget. I want to see where we are this year compared to this year's budget and compared to last year's actual.
And that's what you have.
That's what I have. Okay. So you've got a month-by-month budget that we're seeing on a monthly basis. Do we have an annual 12-month budget?
Yes.
Am I missing that in this packet?
No, so the 5-month budget is not in here. So that's something we could remove the current month and add. So right now what you see is a full annual 12-month budget in comparison. That's where you see the variance.
Right.
For year to date. We could substitute and add another column and put in the 5-month budget as of March 30th. And that would tell you, as of March 30th, we're projecting a net income of $200,000 and we're at $190,000. That would give you that 5-month comparison. So we can add that column and that would be pretty simple.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Okay.
I think that's a truer picture of where you're really at for the year.
Yeah, and performance in comparison to budget, I think that would be helpful. So the current month, does that really give you guys a lot of feedback? Or, once again, it's more in the detail, but for the summary, do you care to see that current month performance in that summary report? Or do you care to see the year-to-date effect? Do we really care? As March, we made $57,000 when you really don't have comparisons for last year's March. You don't have the budget for just March. That's not included in here. So do we want that column in?
No, as long as I've got it in the monthly summary, that's fine.
Okay.
But I guess I'm still questioning, in going through the annual budget, I don't remember seeing it broken down by month. So where are you getting these monthly numbers?
We don't get a budget broken down by month.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking for, yeah.
No, I've never seen a budget broken. What happens is, in the past, we've approved the year.
Right.
And then they go back after the year is approved and they break it down. Now, how they break it down and what have you, they just break it down themselves.
Right. And
whether it's right or wrong, whether we agree with it or not, We just don't get involved, we have not gotten in the past involved with that.
Right. I understand we have not gotten in the past involved with it, but as we talked about in the Zoom meeting, it would be helpful. I don't know how you put together an annual budget without looking at the monthly budget, because it's going to change. Assumedly, we've just come through the strongest 6 months, even though we've now been impacted by COVID, because we're now going to come into the summer months where business is going to be down. So ideally, we are over half, income-wise and expense-wise, we're probably higher than half of the year, even though we're half of the year in. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you need to be able to create your financial plan on a monthly basis so you know where you really are. I hear that we've never had it. I guess I'm just trying to stress the point.
I don't believe people here are
that
capable of doing what you're asking for.
You don't.
Being honest.
We said we would, sorry.
Huh?
At the last meeting,
Right.
we said that we would present a monthly budget to the board, and it wasn't for budget draft number one. What were we going to do with that? We're going to try that for the budget draft number two?
Sure. We have a yearly summary. I could give you this year's annual budget summary at any given time. It obviously wasn't executed by me, but we have that available. I can forward it to Omar, and you guys can all have that. I don't have a completed one for next year. I have it roughed out really, really well, is where I got to the numbers that we put in our budget for today's discussion. But we can give you a monthly budget summary at any time.
Okay.
I thought that's what we decided at the
We did.
Zoom meeting.
Yes, sir.
But we do, Mike, we need, it's just for me, maybe I'm not as gifted as others, but it's really a hard job for me to try to figure out what's going on. I get there every time, but it's a lot of work, and it just seems like it'd be a lot easier to me open it up and watch it on a month-to-month basis.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. We can provide you that information. If I can give it to Omar or Tanya, or you can just come by and I can just give you a copy of it. It's available for this year, and we'll have it available for next year too.
So just to clarify on that topic, when we're creating this month-to-month detailed budget, are we expressly stating we want to look at line item by line item? Are we going to look at, let's say, telephone expense? You want to see $100 per month for telephone? Like, are we really going to get in the weeds at a public meeting for month to month?
No, I would.
Summary.
Yeah, I think we're
You want
looking at the
summary-wise,
summary numbers.
how we get the total
If we
rate.
need to dig in
Okay.
because something looks out of line, then we
And we
dig
have,
in.
once again, in the past, we've given you the full annual.
Right.
We always have that behind the scenes. I think me and Mike talked about it. It'd be a little bit easier if you had a question with, how do we get to $3 million in revenue? Well, here's where we're looking. October through March, we make $70,000 a month. We have those figures. We've never just built it into the budget presentation, because the budget presentation is already 40 pages long per fund. So making it monthly creates 75 pages per fund. It just becomes overwhelming with data at such a high level for so many different line items.
Yeah,
So
and I'm probably overly concerned about it right now because I'm looking at it financially this year. I don't really know where we are yet. And, we're just reopening the restaurant. We're obviously going to have a huge deficit this year. And because I don't know where we are looking month to month, or even what we're projecting month to month at this point, I'm a little concerned about future expenses without really having an understanding of where we are.
Also on that, so I'd send you guys a weekly report.
Mm-hmm.
It had the end of the year forecast in there. It was requested to take that out. I'm more than happy to put that back in there if you guys want to see it, or you can look at it yourself.
Well, I'm good with the forecast, but I need the forecast to be not just numbers driven, but kind of an understanding of where you see the business going and what you see as the opportunities and the challenges to get to what you think a new forecast is.
Okay.
That's the challenge of forecasting. And again, I don't have the numbers to work with to figure out whether it makes sense or not. So, yeah, I personally would like to see the forecast as long as it has meaning.
Correct, yeah. Yeah.
We'll just create two simple landscape, one for this year, forecasting out through the end of the year, and then for the budget process, how much budget forecasted all year long, month by month, at a high level for, pertinent items, but as far as getting in the weeds, we won't. And we'll do that for every fund. I think that would be good to project out and show you guys where we're projecting on a month-by-month basis through the end of the year, so we'll do that.
Okay.
Well, you said at a high level, but kind of broke down by department.
Well, similar to what we have on this first
Okay.
summary page on page 2.
All right.
Where we're grouping payroll and benefits. We're not getting into, taxes. We're not getting in that, but you're getting the full sum of that group.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Those were the only comments I had. Any other board comments on the consent agenda?
Well, yeah, I mean, on the golf, just a couple of issues. I'll just bring it up real quick, not necessarily looking for an answer. The labor, I'm kind of concerned that we've cut the golf labor or the maintenance and landscaping labor like out of sight, and the food and beverage labor was not cut proportionately. Now we have more labor going towards food and beverage than we do going to golf. And golf really didn't close up.
Sure. So to explain that the best that I can, we use GAAP accounting, general accounting practices.
I can't hear a word. I can't hear a word you're saying. I'm sorry.
So when it comes to our labor for March here, so when we do our payroll, there's accruals that happen from month to month. So when the restaurant got shut down in mid-March, we were in the middle of one of our pay periods. So week one of our pay period, we were running at full song. So we had we were running full labor for the first week. Then we shut down, so we chopped the labor well in half. Now, when that accrues to the next month, and I'm trying to make this simple, and I'm not an accountant, so it's not necessarily easy for me to explain, that accrued at a higher rate because it's based off the average of those 2 weeks. So if week one was at 100%, week two was at 50%, we accrued at 75% for the remaining 11 days of that month. Okay? So when that gets reversed in April, you're going to see the April labor numbers are actually going to be, they're going to be lower than like a day-to-day actual. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not. I can explain it to you better if.
It always goes over my head the first time.
Well, if you want to spend some time and look at it, I can explain it better on an Excel file. But
I'm just bringing up a point. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to sacrifice the golf course
Right.
maintenance because of the pandemic. The golf course never closed. It stayed open. And yet you seem to have robbed him. I mean, they lost $10,000. The expense was $10,000 less than the year before.
right
In the month of March.
And
Well, I think the cost may become reflective of lack of hours. That's all I'm saying.
right, you'll see when the accrual gets reversed in April, you're going to see the F&B labor be relatively low. The other thing that also skews a little bit high is when we cut hours, we had employees taking PTO. So even though you took them off the schedule, they still had the right to use their PTO. But the biggest part of that being still relatively high is the payroll accrual, and you will see that reverse out in April.
Wouldn't you have had the same accrual, though, with the golf labor?
Yeah, so it's going to be the same thing on
So-
the maintenance labor. It did happen the same way. I don't think it was quite as severe because I don't think they made their changes till a little bit later. It was right around the same time, but there will actually be the same thing will happen in golf maintenance labor as well, with the accruals, correct.
And just one other thing, if I might, Mike, just explain to me once again, I think we've done this once. The supplies and kitchen number, you're $22,000 over last year. And Well, I mean, last year was actually a little bit more than the budget, so you're about $22,000 off of the budget, so what was the reason for that again?
You're talking about the year-to-date number?
I'm looking at supplies and kitchen, it's on page 13.
I don't have that page.
About
with me.
5 or 6 down from the top.
I don't have that page with me.
Okay, well,
Are you looking at
if
the
you can get back to me,
year-to-date?
that'd be great.
Are you looking at the year-to-date or
Yes.
month?
Year-to-date.
I'm looking year-to-date.
So, yeah, the year-to-date kitchen supplies was mostly in November. When we reopened the restaurant, we had to restock supplies that we depleted over the summertime when we were relatively closed.
Oh, okay.
We also incurred a couple other expenses, such as shelving for our new freezers and refrigerators. We had to put shelving in there. That was a very large cost. I know we replaced one of the coolers in the bar area.
Okay.
I do have a detailed list of those things.
I thought you mentioned that before, but I wasn't sure. I just wanted to be sure. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
But the restocking and shelving wasn't in the plan to begin with?
So when I mean by restocking, so when we were closed over summertime, we weren't purchasing
I understand
certain
that, but wouldn't
supplies.
the plan have been for you to restock once the restaurant opened?
I'm not sure if that was in that plan at that time, because I didn't create it, but I would hope they would have, the way that it got distributed through the monthly budget would reflect on this, and it might not have got distributed, it might not have got more allocated in November where it probably should have been, but it probably got more allocated spread out through the year. So that's why, I mean, obviously there is some savings, if you look at March, there's savings in that department. But I can't speak on the budget for itself because I didn't.
Because you weren't open.
Weren't open for October?
You said the savings will show up in March. I said that's because you didn't buy anything.
That is correct, but when the budget was allocated, obviously I didn't allocate it. I mean, if they put that in the plan, the full year plan, which I'm not sure if it did or not, maybe it didn't get allocated to that specific month to, restock small things, and maybe it was an oversight. Maybe they just didn't assume that we were going to need more napkins or, other supplies that you need, straws, all those things, gloves. When we were closed for late summer, obviously we weren't purchasing those, and some of them are still being used at the bar and things like that, but we were depleting our, stock, if you will. But that's probably a smaller part of that expense. The majority of it was we spent several $1,000s on shelving for the walk-in coolers. And plus, the equipment in the bar. I mean, that was a $3,000 cooler that we had to replace for our beer mugs. And so there are several of those expenses. And if you would like to spend some time with me, I could show you. I detailed a lot of those out. But that's where the overage came from in November.
Thanks. And I recall you telling us in the past that some of that, like the shelving and the walk-ins, wasn't put in the budget and probably would have been a capital expense had it been, but because it's falling under that, it goes into operating, which is adding to your operating being over.
That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions on the consent package? Any public comment? Chrissy, call the question.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
President Hoteling?
Yes. So, in the consent was the suspension to allow electronic communication. Do we have Supervisor Branson with us now?
You're live.
Good morning.
Joe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so,
I can hear him better than usual.
okay, so everybody knows we are 5 supervisors again. We have Joe communicating electronically. not able to be at the meeting today. Okay, so let's go into the action items, the first being the discussion of 5 popular seats.
Do you want me to take the lead on this?
Sure, please.
Okay, so I sent out a memo that has the strike-throughs for the proposed changes. Christy, my packet doesn't have that, the strike-through part, but I have and you also have the matrix that I made of showing how our current system, who can vote, and if we take the strike-through proposal, that's the proposed system, that shows how that would work. Currently, you are only allowed to vote in Sun and Lake elections if you are a landowner, period. So there's 3 popular seats, but to vote in a popular election, you have to be A, landowner, and B, a resident registered to vote in Highlands County, living within the district. The landowner election for the 2 landowner seats is simply, you just have to, if you own land, you get to cast a vote for every dollar of your assessments. So moving to 5 popular seats obviously is going to add votes for some people, and it's going to remove votes for some people. And one of the big issues is whether or not we can remove the portion of the popular seats that requires that you be a landowner in order to vote. I had a conversation with Terry Lewis of Lewis Longman Walker up in Tallahassee. And it is his opinion that is not a requirement. We are no longer bound by 189. We are completely unique. Our district is completely unique in the state of Florida. The only one that was like it was Falls Chase up in Tallahassee, and that is gone. So we were created by we are a creature of the county, and the county ordinances is what tells us how we operate. Now it's all done by all special districts are done by state. So we're the last one. But he agreed that the county can, if the county is willing to pass it, we can remove that requirement that would basically allow renters that reside within the district and are registered voters living in the district, renting in the district, it would allow them to vote.
Can we not change it so that?
Absolutely. We cannot change it and keep going the way we've been going.
Okay, but can we change to 5 popular elected seats and still have it be property owners only?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So that's where we're at. It's it's pretty much the pleasure of the board as to how we want to move forward. So
if you kept it where on the popular votes you had to be a landowner, but that would not qualify. You have to be a resident and I'll get it out here in a minute.
It's okay.
A registered voter in Highlands County.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, the snowbirds and Canadians, per se, would not get to vote.
Correct.
On the popular seats.
On the popular seats, correct. They already don't get to vote on the popular seats.
I know. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
So the chart then would be if all the renters can vote. Mm-hmm. But if we change the chart, then the only 2 lines that would have a difference between proposed and what we currently have are the 2 lines under the 2 columns of the landowner seats above are going to change to popular seats with non-resident landowners and corporate landowners can't vote. Renters would still not be able to vote.
Correct.
That is an option that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a little different than the last time we heard it, but that's, I think, good news because that was one of the key arguments I was hearing.
For then, if it's no corporate landowners, then Advent Health, Tanglewood, those people have no say, no vote.
Correct.
What was that last thing? I'm sorry. I didn't hear that one.
If we leave it as is, move to 5 popular seats and change no other language, you use the existing popular seat language that requires you to be a freeholder, then Advent Health and Tanglewood would not be able to vote for any of the popular seats. They would have no vote.
Neither would any northerner or anybody who's not registered in the county can't vote, right?
Correct. They already can't. For popular seats.
For a popular seat, they
Correct.
can't, right. Okay, well, here's what I think. One more time. I think that we've been doing this, according to some people, wrong for many, many years, but I'm not sure it's really wrong, because I think what happened years ago was the Board of Supervisors, or whomever, got together and said, this is the best way to run Sun Lake. Consequently, the resident renters were not included in the voting. And that was decided, I assume, by a board or some people similar to, whoever was running Sun Lake at that time. The county and nobody, and the state apparently don't care, and that's fine. I think we run our own operation. So if it was me, I would go back and say, I want to keep it 3 and 2, keep it just the way it is, but I don't want there to be a guerrilla, as Mr. Halvick would say, and go to one parcel, one vote, and tell them that's what we're going to do. We have not done that yet. We should be able to go to them and say, if we were to agree, of course. This is just me speaking. This is what we want to do, and let them tell us no. All we're doing right now is saying they probably won't like that, they probably won't like this, but if the board should decide what's best for Sun and Lake, and then you guys go sell it to them, if necessary, or just tell them this is it, this is what we're doing. Let them tell us that no. We have never gotten to that step. We're just assuming we're going to get shot down. So we do what's best for Sun and Lake. That's my opinion. And my opinion then would be to leave it at 3 and 2, one parcel, one vote, I believe is how we worded it once upon a time. And I think everybody then is happy. I have to get more coffee.
Well, the only problem I have with that issue is that I can't support that because there's no legal basis for that rationalization.
Can I be frank for a minute?
Absolutely.
I don't care whether you can support it or not. If we decide that's what we want, you got to go sell it.
I'll take it. I will absolutely take it to the county attorney, but I'm not going to say that I agree with it because there's no legal basis for it. So.
I don't know if these guys. I don't know if they're in agreement with me, so this may be all mute. But if we decide this is what we want, you're working for us, this is what we do. That's my point.
I understand that. But I have to give a legal opinion, and I can't support that. I don't have a legal basis to support that. That's all I can tell you. So if the county attorney asks me, David, do you believe that this has a sound legal basis, my answer is going to be no.
But you don't have a legal basis not to support it. You
Yes.
said we're very unique, we're the last one in the state, blah, blah, blah. So either way, you don't have a way to support it or not support it. So again, if it comes down, this is what we decide, I think that's the way we go. Now, again, this is just me, there's 4 other people who have to get in on this and decide which way they want to go.
Understood.
I concur with Ray that I would like to see it that way. I believe that still gives the right people the rights to decide how our assessments and dues are used. If it was, and I go back now, you took out the resident renter, but yet in previous conversations it said that had to be in there because they have the right to vote. How is it that you were able to remove them from the proposed popular seats, but yet we can't say that we want to leave it as it is and have landowners, be it residents or non, have the right to vote?
Is the question why were we?
You were able to remove the requirement of resident renters being allowed to vote on the popular seats.
Okay. You're talking about removing the requirement to be a landowner.
No.
No?
When you priorly gave us your legal opinion, you said it was unconstitutional to not allow renters to vote. And now you're saying it is okay that we can do that because we've been doing that.
Because there's a legal basis under 189. I don't know that the county attorney is going to agree with me on that issue now that it's been raised. But what I can say is, as we were previously built under 189, we have a basis for that. And say, because we were originally, or at some point, we were being governed by 189, we have that basis. That's how Spring Lake continues to operate. They operate under 189. They were a creature of 189. We are no longer under 189, but there's a basis for that standing. In my opinion, there's also a basis for if the renters want to band together and bring a lawsuit, that's absolutely possible. So that's why it's going to ultimately depend on the county. What risk is the county willing to accept? Because it's not us that gets sued, it's the county.
And have you discussed this with the county yet?
Yes, I've discussed it with the county attorney. I brought it to her attention. So that's something that she's looking into based on our conversation. And I also asked that question of Terry Lewis as to whether or not that freeholder language that's in 189 is to be in perpetuity. And he says, for 189 is generally meant to govern water management districts. That's its primary function. So there's a few, things here and there that differ. Spring Lake is one, and like I say, we are unique. But primarily it's been to govern water management districts, and so that is, for that portion, it's to be in perpetuity. But for residential development governance, he said that could be removed. So.
Okay. And you had previously taken the one strap, one vote for further discussion, and where was the objection to that? And I guess I'm not sure what overcomes the objection to one strap, one vote.
Because there's no state law that allows that type of governance. The two chapters that govern basically it's restrictive voting are 189 and 190. Those are the two for development districts. There's 189, and that's based on a density plan, and there's 190, which is based strictly on time in existence. And those two statutes allow for basically what is voter suppression, saying only people that own land in these areas are allowed to vote. Otherwise, there is no other statute or chapter that allows voter suppression, effectively. So the only reason that we can limit voting to landowners is because of those two statutes, and if you don't fall under those two, you can't suppress a vote. So, or you can't, I don't want to say suppress a vote, but you can't limit votes to strictly landowners, except in those two exceptions.
But, so the question, though, would be, I'm trying to get around to Ray's point here somehow, that so you're saying the only way that we can restrict a property owner like Tanglewood from voting would be to go to the popular election where they have to be a registered voter.
Correct. That's my opinion, which I believe is shared by the county attorney, but I haven't heard that 100%.
Can we stay under 189 and eliminate Tanglewood from being able to vote?
We're not under 189 now. So the only way to...
When did we go away from it?
When we went to the $1 one vote.
2012. 2012.
Okay, $1 one vote. Under that, can we exclude corporates?
No.
Because they pay $1.
Because they pay. If you pay the money, you get the vote.
In their case, they pay several dollars. We'll get to public comment in a minute.
I said a long time ago I'd go along with the one vote like Ray said, but I really think, Dave, that we ought to, if this is what the majority of us want, which I personally would like to keep it the way it is, but I'm still part of this board, and if the board wants to try this one vote, I think we ought to try, and if you get turned down, then we look at something else. But I said a long time ago, if I didn't care if they got how many votes, but they should get, I'm fine with them getting one. The same way with the furniture place, Turner. They voted this time. We didn't hear nothing about that. Of course, they voted for somebody else, but, I mean, it's the same way with every business we have here. And if you feel that way about Tanglewood or the hospital, you got to feel that way about every business here, so.
Right.
But we never hear about the other ones. So. But I would be in favor of you taking it to them, what Ray would like, and see what they say.
I will absolutely take whatever the board tells me to the county attorney, and I will say this is what the board wants. But you can't direct my legal opinion. That's all I'm trying to say. You pay me to give a legal opinion, and if the county attorney says, "Well, what's your legal opinion on this, David?" I'm going to give an answer. That's my legal opinion.
If the board is in agreement with what I'm proposing, I think it should be a resolution and we approve it, not go to them and say, this is what we're thinking about. Give them a resolution, we've approved this, you got a problem with it, let us know. If we're in agreement, that's what we want to do.
I'm not in agreement. I'm still where we were almost a year ago now when we had the first vote, which was 4-0 in favor of going to 5 popular seats, to simplify the process, and because that's where most districts would be when they're 35 years old. We went to 3 and 2. Now it sounds like, I don't know where Joe is on this now. I may be the lone one that's still in favor of 5 popular seats. I'm just trying to find the best way to get there. And with the legal precedent that we now have that can overcome one of the major objections that needs to be landowners, I'm in favor of the 5 popular seats going forward with the continued process that we now have of you need to be a resident, registered, and a landowner. Joe, do you have an opinion on this?
I guess I have a question. Does the fact that there's no precedent automatically mean that it would not be approved? Or is it something that might be considered at the state level?
You're talking about the one parcel, one vote proposal?
Yes.
Well, that's my concern, is that there's no precedent. So,
But would it be a state level issue, or is this because you said we were unique that we're really run by the county?
oh, it's the county. It's the county that's going to make the decision.
So there would be no appealing it to the state?
Yeah, I guess Joey could. Yeah.
The county could.
The county could we could do I guess request an attorney general opinion, or that's the problem. In my opinion, it would require writing a new law or putting some sort of codicil or additional language in an existing one. That's the only thing that I can see that would allow such a voting system, because it's basically voter suppression. That's what it is. You're suppressing votes. You're saying that a person that owns a quarter-acre tract has got to be treated as people that own a 100-acre tract has got to be treated exactly the same as a person that owns a 1-acre tract.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're saying, because that's generally what the voting process is.
Exactly.
One person, one vote.
Exactly.
So in summary, if it's changed to a 1 parcel, 1 vote, all this does is take Tanglewood out of the picture because they have 2 parcels, brings in Advent Health and some of our smaller developers to be a larger voter. Am I correct? I mean, this is the only thing that the 1 parcel, 1 vote does, is because Tanglewood has only 2 parcels. And then you're going to have other developers that might have 20 or 25.
You talking about like builders or something?
Yes. So think about that. I mean, the only
Isn't it?
difference.
Do they get to vote now, the builders?
Whoever
They-
pays,
In
whoever
a
pays
land-
assessments gets the vote.
In a
yes.
landowner
Yeah, they
election.
still get to vote now, right? So
Yes.
that doesn't change.
Yeah, but it takes the Tanglewood vote down to 2.
It takes the Tanglewood down, but the builders, they all pay assessments, and the amount of
Correct.
assessments determine how much they pay, correct?
Correct. They would still get to vote.
They have assessments on each building, so they're paying, that's not going to change.
Right, I'm just illustrating the difference of what would happen if we went to a one parcel, one vote. All it does is take Tanglewood from the largest,
What's it do to the Florida hospital? How many parcels have they got?
20, maybe.
I think originally.
They have a lot of professional, I don't know, 20
I
maybe?
thought we said 2 originally.
Let's see.
No, Advent Health has multiple professional buildings. They have the 77 acres, which is the main hospital, in addition to other parcels in the district.
But again, that's no different than right now, correct?
11.
They pay assessments
Okay.
on those properties.
They pay assessments, yes, sir.
I have a second question. In the proposed system, the renters get a vote, and in the old system on popular seats, they did not. Why is that?
Because in the current system, the only people that are allowed to vote for either landowner seats or popular seats are landowners of the district. You have to be a landowner to vote in either one.
And the proposed says renters can vote, but we can change that. We can keep it landowners only, we think.
Can we still require them to be current on their assessments? If it goes.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, any other board discussion? Or I'll open it up to the public. Okay, public.
Cliffwood resident. You said that we are no longer being governed under 189, correct?
Correct.
So what is the enabling legislation or ordinance or whatever it is that got us from 189 to $1, one vote? Where does that authority or enabling legislation come from?
That happened back in 2010, 2008, 2012, Tana, do you remember?
2012.
2012.
What governmental entity created that authority?
That's something that Mr. McClure and County Attorney Ross Macbeth came up with. I don't have that. I don't know the answer to that question.
It was
It
a
was us.
it was a compromise between the county, the Board of Supervisors, and the Property Owners Association. Is my
So
understanding.
essentially, the implication of that is, at some point in time, it was determined that the board could essentially take us away from 189 and do whatever it wanted.
With county approval.
The county.
Ooh,
What? I didn't
that's what I'm asking.
County.
How did the county approve that? Did they pass an ordinance? Is there some written language? Is there something that documents how that all came about?
I think, Cliff, they made a deal is what happened.
A deal.
If you're asking, is the ordinance codified? Yes. I mean, that language got drafted and put and adopted by the county.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. What is it? How do you find that?
It's in the county ordinances.
What ordinance?
Chapter 9, Article 5.
Of the Sun and Lake Improvement District. Chapter 9, Article 5 of the Sun and Lake Improvement District.
Well, I'm going to try to get with somebody that will help me find that in the document.
Unicode.com, or no?
Pardon?
Unicode, yeah.
Unicode.
Unicode.
What
The Highlands County
I will
Municode.
send you the link
Okay.
where you can find it by email. Is that okay?
Pardon?
I will send it to you by email. Is that
Wonderful.
okay?
So I've been trying to do my homework on this, and I've been reading all of the state legislation, and I could never find anything associated with this $1, one vote deal. My only interest in all of this is what makes Sun Lake attractive to a prospective resident. And I fully understand that the minute you get outside of Sun Lake, if you buy a property in a town or a county or wherever, if you're not a resident of Florida and registered to vote in Florida, you don't get any vote. Everybody understands that. But I don't know if that county ordinance that was passed made it possible for snowbirds and Canadians to vote or not. Did they ever have the legal right to vote in Sun Lake elections?
For landowner seats.
But non-residents and Canadians could vote for landowner seats, and that's in that ordinance.
If they own property, they could vote for, they have a vote for in the landowner election.
Okay.
That is it.
So essentially what would be asking the county to do would be to void that authority.
Well, that's going to depend on what the board wants. If the,
I understand, but if we were to go to 5 popular votes, and you have to be a qualified, what would make you a qualified elector, and how many votes would you have if we go to the 5 popular seats? Would you then still have the $1 one vote?
no, because that's only for landowner elections.
So you just need to be we're being a little sloppy here. You have to be a landowner, a legal resident of Florida, registered to vote in Florida, and live at Sun Lake.
Correct.
I mean, when we just say landowner, it implies that any landowner. But
Well, in the landowner seats, it is any landowner. But we're
I
talking about
understand that,
doing
but
away
we're
with the
going away.
landowner seats.
We're going away. If we still say you have to be a landowner to vote for in a popular vote, that's not true. You have to be a landowner at Sun Lake, a resident of Florida, and registered to vote in Florida. I mean, it's a little bit more than just a landowner. Okay. So, at the end of the day, what you're suggesting is that we would go to all popular votes, and you have to be a resident of Sun Lake and own property, a freeholder at Sun Lake, registered to vote in Highlands County.
Yeah, I think that's what President Hotelling just stated. That's his feel.
So we're back to the point where snowbirds and Canadians no longer have the right to vote. And frankly, it doesn't hurt us in relation to any other place in Florida, but it does take away something that makes Sun Lake a unique place in Florida. And I would think significantly more attractive than any other place in Florida with regard to having a voice in the affairs of the place where you have skin in the game.
Okay, thank you, Cliff. Any other public comment?
Good morning, Bill Norcross, resident. I'd like to comment first on the sound system here. It's horrible. I'm a little hearing impaired, and I can probably only hear sometimes what I want to hear. You understand that, too. Something's got to change in here, because I think Mike would probably agree that it's not very good. I know it's a nice setup and all that, but a lot of work has been done, but it's not working. All right, the subject at hand is the popular vote type of thing, which I agree that there's a popular vote. Why not? If you're registered, like he just mentioned, that if you're registered, why do you have to be a property owner? I don't know, but if you're registered to vote in Sebring, in the state of Florida, I don't know why you can't have that vote. You don't want to have, like Greg had, a block of votes that sways one way or the other. I think it's an individual thing. Years ago, when contractors come into this community, they would have they'd have a vested interest, and then naturally they want to be able to sway a vote because they want to have something built, or they want to have credits, or they want to have something. So I understand that. But things have changed. We have multi-contractors in here. We don't have that one guy that's running the whole thing like Entanglement. But what I'd like to see is just stop kicking this damn thing down the road. Get with it. We've been talking about this for a long time. Now, Mr. Brooks has suggested to the solicitor here, this is what we want to have done. Why not? Let's get on with it and make sure the citizens of Sebring have the right to vote as a resident. Now, if I went to Canada, I don't care how much property I owned up there, I couldn't vote up there unless I'm a resident and a permanent resident. So understand our Canadian friends may lose out on whatever vote they may have now. I have no idea they're able to vote because in the general election, statewide, national, they can't vote in our election. So why should they be able to vote here? I understand that, even though they are property owners. So please get on with this controversy and get on to other things in your agenda. I really appreciate it if you did.
Any other public comment? So we bring it back to the board. My direction to the council would be to get this rolling in the direction of the 5 popular votes we voted on prior to move forward with 5 popular votes with property owner requirement. I'm not hearing consensus from the board on that, so.
Just property owners?
Yes. So property owners that are registered to vote. So it'd be 5 popular elected seats with registered voters.
Basically no change in the existing language. We just use the existing language for popular seats and we would just move from 3 to 5.
Correct.
Okay, so I can prepare that resolution and bring it back at the next meeting.
Well, if there's a consensus from the board, I'm hearing differing opinions, which is making me think that I don't disagree that we've been beating this around the bush here at the board level, and maybe we need to create a committee to really dig into this, which could kick it further down the can, but kick the can further down the road. But we need to rescind if we're going to give them the other direction, then we need to rescind the vote that said go to 5 popular elected seats.
My direction hasn't changed at all. I originally voted for the 5 popular seats, and then I was talked to by lots of people who live here who would not qualify, and I said, okay, let me think of something and come up with something else, and that's why I came up with this other suggestion. if this other suggestion, in my opinion, were not to work and it gets voted down, then that's fine. I'll go with the five popular seats. I don't have a problem with that. I just happen to think that including the Northerners or the people who only come down here for the winter, I think including them in a choice of supervisors for the board, I just think that's a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. So I would prefer to try and do it. If we get voted down and they say no, then I'd go with the popular seats. I'm fine with that. I just think this is better.
I would agree with Ray. That's what my position would be. I'd like to try it the other way. If it doesn't, then I'll support the other system.
Me too.
That's a consensus of 3. Joe? Supervisor Branson, do you have an opinion?
Well, the problem I have is I see no answer that's not going to be controversial in some part of the population.
I can't disagree with that.
What do you say?
He was indicating that the way he sees it is there's no decision that's not going to be unpopular with some portion of the populace.
Okay, so based on what I just heard, what you want me to draft is a one parcel, one vote proposal. We would say 3 popular seats, 2 landowner seats, if we can move to the one parcel, one vote system. If the county will accept that, then that's what we pass. And if not, then I bring it back to you guys and say the county said no.
Yeah, then I think we'll probably go with the 5 popular seats. I don't think that would be a problem to do that. I think the only question on the 5 popular seats would be the resident renter. Mm-hmm. That would have to be, I think, a little bit more of a conversation.
Okay. That's the direction I'll go.
So at that point, the renters would be able to vote for the popular seats? Would that still be in there?
Not necessarily.
No. Resident renters and renters in the system we're talking about now, renters would not have a vote.
Okay, that's fine. Just want to be clear.
That was my recommendation. Mr. Brooks is saying we may need to discuss that further.
But Dave, didn't you amend this proposed system to say that we could exclude the resident renters from the vote?
Well, that's the proposal with the language drafted at it as is. Though, based on what we're talking about right now, the voting system will be exactly like the current voting system. The only thing that's going to change is the number of votes that the people are able to cast.
Okay, I understand that, but if that doesn't go through, mm-hmm. and we go to 5 popular seats, mm-hmm. The proposed system would not include a resident renter.
That would be up to the board. That would be the next discussion, because we can do it either way.
Yes, all right. Would not include. Not if you go to the proposed system.
Okay. I think we've given direction and beaten this one up enough. Let's move on to the next discussion, which is the policy manual updates.
President Hoteling, I believe Joe Branson had something to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
What?
Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry. I would support that 100% if we think we can get it done.
We're going to try.
Okay. That's the direction we've given council. We've had the public comment already on this.
Oh, okay.
To clarify where we stand right now, we have given council direction to go back to the county with our recommendation that we stay with 3 popular elected seats, 2 landowner seats, but the landowners become one strap, one vote. So if you own 2 parcels, you would get 2 votes, but it would no longer be $1, one vote.
Who would be a qualified elector?
Any landowner.
Yeah.
Just landowner.
Landowner.
Correct.
So the hospital and the Tanglewood and the developers in here would still have multiple votes, but they wouldn't have so many multiple votes.
And Snowbird? Yes.
Snowbirds would still have a vote.
As long as they're landowners.
Okay. Are we ready to move on? Next discussion is the policy manual updates. And Tanya, you're going to walk us through this?
I will, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I've provided the board the latest version of the policy manual. And so what I'll do is I'll walk through my summary memo on recommended changes. The first one is section B-001, where we can actually hold an annual organizational meeting, and if we do so, I would recommend that to be maybe in October at the beginning of a fiscal year. So there's really no change on the language, but we can, if that is something the board wanted to call, an organizational meeting, that's where we set holidays, that's where we set board meetings. Is there any objection to that? No language here on the change. It's just.
I'm just wondering, if we've never had an organizational meeting, I'm not sure the language is appropriate.
Or we can take it out and just not.
Yeah, my recommendation would be to change that to read something
So just
along
take
the
it
line
out.
the first, let's see, where did I have it here?
That's fine.
I'm finding my notes on that one. This is, yeah, go back to your prior slide.
Huh?
I'm hearing differently than what I was, no? Okay. Did you?
We're at B10.
Okay, so the first one would be the election of officers, not the.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's normally done at the landowners meeting after we have all 5 supervisors.
Okay, but and again, it says organizational meeting, so.
We could just say annual landowners meeting.
But we may, yeah, okay. So the assumption is we'll continue to have an annual landowners meeting even if we don't have a landowner election?
It's up to the board. We do have it written in ordinance that we do have an annual landowners meeting.
Okay.
We could continue to do so. Is that correct, David?
Yeah, based on what we just talked about, the proposed system is obviously going to include
Yeah.
that, so.
Yeah, but, okay.
So your recommendation is to change organizational to landowner?
Yes, at the annual landowners meeting.
Okay, B-1004, committees.
And on that one, my key questions were, should the golf committee be a sunshine committee? I know we've set it up so it wouldn't be, but whether it is or isn't, based on 6 and 7, it needs to be reviewed yearly and reauthorized yearly, and I don't think we've been doing that. If it is a committee. If it's not a committee, maybe we should call it something else so it doesn't get confused. But that's my concern here, is that we follow the rules, and if we need to review it and reauthorize it, then we need to review it and reauthorize it.
I'm sorry, your question is whether it should be just a sunshine law thing?
Well, at this point, committees are subject to sunshine laws, except the only committee we have is the golf committee. And the golf committee isn't subject to sunshine laws, but it is still a committee, and it hasn't been reauthorized annually, to my understanding.
Make it a golf club.
Yeah, but to my understanding, if it's ran the way it's being run now, it is a sunshine committee. So.
How is it being run now?
They spend money or recommend, and it's supposed to go right to the general manager. At least that's what the charter that I read. And the general manager comes to the board, throws out what he doesn't agree with, and comes to us with reputable ideas that they have in his mind. That's the way the charter is stated, but it changed the last couple of years. And now they're buying stuff, and I think Billy Casper's the one that's buying it out of their funds that don't need our permission because it's under a certain amount of time, but I really don't care. I mean, I just as soon it go back the way it's written, but if we're going to keep doing what we're doing now, then we need to change it to a sunshine law or committee. Because it's not being run the way the charter was written.
I'm confused. How should it be run?
Well, there's a charter, Ray. I don't
What
have
part are
it.
you not happy with? So I understand.
It's not that I'm unhappy. If it's ran by the way it's supposed to, it's not a sunshine committee. But right now, the way it's ran, I don't think we have any other obligation is to make it a sunshine. Because somewhere, Ray, down the road, it changed, and I think it's when Jim Kurtzborn left, and when Ron Wunderman was here, and we had no general manager for several months. Right in there is where it all changed. And then we ended up with golf committee meetings that have more of our officers from Billy Casper at that meeting than we do at a supervisor meeting. And I really don't care if they want to keep doing it the way they are, then let's make it a sunshine committee.
Okay. So my recommendation, based on what I'm hearing, I'm not sure how the rest of the board feels about this, but I'm confused about the golf committee. I'm hearing differing opinions from two other supervisors here. Bottom line is, I think we need to follow the rules, so maybe we don't need to make any language change here, but I think we need to schedule a review of the golf committee and either reauthorize it or not reauthorize it, and in that review process, determine whether or not it should be a sunshine committee. So I'd recommend that we get that on a future agenda item as the annual review of the golf committee, so we're at least in compliance with our own policy here, and then make that decision then. So, but I don't think we need to change the language here, but I do think we need to follow it closer.
I mean, my understanding is the golf committee can have no financial decisions made whatsoever. They can make recommendations to Billy Casper, who's participating at the meeting. This is, we'd like to see this done on the course, and that's all we can do. So why we're messing around with this, I have no clue.
We're messing around with it because it says we're supposed to annually review all committees.
Well, that's by the president of the board. You're absolutely right.
No, it's not by,
that.
it's by the Board of Supervisors needs to review it annually.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, B-1201. I would recommend here to remove where it says at its annual organizational meeting. We can say a schedule of meeting dates, times, and places is determined by the board, period. It doesn't necessarily have to be at an annual organizational meeting or at a landowners meeting. We want to try to set the meetings of the board prior to the end of the calendar year. So,
yeah. Rather than the arbitrary language, I'd recommend that we say something more, replace annual organizational meeting with by the end of each November for the schedule of meeting dates, times, and places is determined by the board for the following calendar year by the end of each November.
okay, that's fine.
Would be my recommendation there, which is more in line with what we've been doing and works.
Any other comments? Okay, moving on to B-1211.
And that's just an advisory, and we talked about that when we did it. But
there's no change in language here. We're just adding that language to the bottom of the agenda. B-1212. Any comments?
I'm in
Okay.
agreement with adding that
I agree
language.
with that, Jane.
Okay.
That's good.
E-1008, which is on page
37.
37.
That's fine. What do you recommend?
This is something new that we're bringing to the board. We feel that we have any alteration and clearance of district property abutting the golf courses shall be conducted in compliance with district golf course lands clearing procedures or clearance procedures. What we'll recommend here is to actually establish a permit for this process. And so in working with Omar on this and Earl, if there is any resident that wants, the back of their property cleared, we would need to establish a permit for that in a process that also has procedures. And we haven't seen this in a long time.
But the concept there is that the permit would allow them to do the work?
No.
Or, no?
No, just district staff.
Okay.
So we're setting up a permit for ourselves?
Yes, sir.
My only question is, Mike, you work with this stuff more than anybody probably. What do you think?
I think it's the best way to go, because the problem, well, we have people coming to us and they'll ask questions. Can I take this down? Is this my property? How much, how far can I go? At least if we have a say in it with a permit, it'll all be done the same. Somebody can't go in there and just clear the whole area out. It'll be, we'll guide them, well, we'll do the work. And I think that's the best way to go. Like in the preserve on Turtle, that's what we've done over the last few years. It's worked out really well. It stopped people from taking trees down that shouldn't come down, and it allowed people to take stuff that they could take out of there out. So it does work. I mean, we met with the Preserve Association, and everybody was kind of on board, is to let the district do it instead of they could bring a contractor in and just, take everything out, and that's what we want to avoid.
Okay, thank you.
Who's deciding what can be removed? You?
We do. Earl and I will go out there, yeah.
Okay, so I'm still confused here why we would need to issue ourselves a permit.
So the permit would be for the resident owner of that property.
So we would be permitting them to do the work
They would need to come in,
under our
pull a
direction.
permit. Our staff would go out, review the property, say, this is what we would allow to do, and it's going to cost you $250. They would agree, sign the permit, pay, and then we would go and clear that land. So it's going to affect a lot of the land on Turtle Run Golf Course, Deer Run. We had an instance where Hornick Homes cleared some of the debris behind the home just to give a better view of the golf course. And our staff did the work, but there were some questions or confusion saying, why didn't the Board of Supervisors, approve this request? So this wouldn't be a Board of Supervisors, it would be a permit. If this is what you recommend, or do you want the board to be involved?
Is this golf course property?
This is golf course
It's
property?
it's not the owner's property, right?
Alteration of district property abutting golf courses.
Abutting.
So
So
right next to the golf
if somebody's going to clear off, let's say I live on the golf course and I have, on the golf course, there's some trees and shrubs that are blocking my view.
they're going to have to come in and pull a permit and get it approved by district staff.
And who pays for the clearance?
The owner,
Property
the
owner.
homeowner.
So
But it's
you're
on the
gonna
golf
charge the
property,
homeowner.
it's on the golf course.
Correct.
Why would the homeowner pay for it?
Because we're going to go out and do the work for them, so they're paying us to go do that work.
But it's on the golf course, right?
Correct.
So shouldn't the golf course maintenance be part of that? They're paying $70 a year extra in assessments for that area to be kept clean.
So I think that's a good point we need to bring up. So based on our stance during this year's review of the district assessments, it's management's recommendation. We're going to look at it on possibly removing that $70, because really the reality is we're selling a $70 annual fee. There's no way we can maintain the rear of your lot for $70 a year. You're never going to get landscaping to do that, especially if it's palmetto bushes, or we're giving our residents a perception that for $70 a year we're going to maintain that, and it just is not feasible for the district.
But that's not the residents' fault.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what management's going to bring back during the assessment review when we talk about the general fund. So you brought in another point that is going to be a superseding to this. But I think a lot of the homeowners on the golf course have a perception or believe that because they pay the $70 a year, they get an immaculate maintained golf course property view all the time, and that's just not the case, especially on Turtle Run, where we have a lot more palmetto bushes, and it's just a lot more to maintain annually than it is on Deer Run.
So you're telling me that we can't keep our own golf course in proper shape?
I'm saying for every property owner here, it's not the same, and that's what we're.
I'm sensing a language difference here.
Okay.
I'm sensing that property abutting a golf course is different than property abutting district land abutting a golf course.
Correct.
And we're talking about not maintaining the golf course. We're talking about maintaining the district land abutting the golf course. Now, are those people that are abutting district land that is abutting the golf course paying the fee?
Correct.
So I think maybe we need to look at that as far as not removing the extra assessment for people who are actually abutting the golf course.
They all pay the same fee, though.
Okay, but I'm saying that's something we can look at. I think if they're actually abutting the golf course, then we're maintaining the property up to their property line, and it shouldn't be an issue. And if they're abutting property that we own off the golf course that abuts the golf course, that's a whole other issue that we can address as to whether or not they should be paying the extra assessment. And that's the property that we're talking about maintaining under this new process that you're recommending with a permit. Is that, am I understanding it correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we can maintain our golf courses. It's that wasteland in between that is the issue.
And what the permit does, it allows us to know people are going out there and want it done, right? Once we do it, the way it stands right now, once we're going to clean out the palmettos and all that, they maintain their own area when we're all done. Now, we do come by and spray twice a year or something, but everybody doesn't want it done. Some people want it done, some people don't. And that's why the permit's going to allow us to know who's going to get it done. So you do need a permit.
All right, let me give you an example. You know where Kroger lives?
Yeah.
Okay, if you go 50 feet or 50, that's not fair. If you go 70 feet from his backyard, the grass is this high.
Right. What hole is it?
Whose responsibility is that? Nobody's cut it. So whose responsibility is it?
Well,
you want him to take out a permit?
Okay, hold it, Ray.
Yes.
Okay, let me tell you. Okay,
Yeah.
what it was in the past, the golf course always maintained it. Okay? All right?
Yeah.
Then, when things got tight, they kind of shrunk those areas. So that's why it's not done.
What does shrunk the areas mean? I'm sorry.
Well, they stopped cutting that high grass like you're talking about Kroger's area. And we have 3 or 4 areas. It's costly to do it. In the past, David Bell did it. Earl, I don't think, had the staff to keep up with all that.
It certainly can't be an expense factor. We spend so much money.
Well, of course it's an expense.
You're telling me,
so
who made the decision to make those changes without telling anybody?
I don't know where all that came from.
I don't know either.
I don't do the golf course, but I'm just telling you what happened.
The grass is this high. Harry's
I
Harry's
agree.
house.
I was in the back there. I was at Virgil's the other day.
Yeah.
And Virgil showed me that area.
Yeah.
I told him to take.
Well, do we think that's right?
No.
You want Virgil to take out a permit to pay you guys to cut your lawn?
That's not the intent. No,
This
that's
is
not the
clearing.
intent. It's not mowing.
That's not mowing. We're clearing, like the back of my house, okay? It was all grown in before. We cleaned it all out.
People who don't have a view.
So this is only clearing the lands.
Right, exactly.
So the mowing
It's not-
issue is something else.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now you're right.
We'll talk about that later, shall we?
Put something into this.
Okay, so under this new proposed permit, what I'm now hearing is that they would have to sign the permit that would pay us to go in and clear the land, but once it was cleared, the property owner of the abutting property who wanted it cleared would then need to maintain it
Well,
from
they
then
want to
on?
maintain it so they can keep, they keep the weeds on. That's the way it's being done right now on Turner Run. Okay? You don't go back in and cut. Once we go and cut once, we don't go back in
But on Deer
a second time.
Run, we don't allow them to go cut that.
But on Deer, right.
Kroger
right,
can't go cut the grass behind
Right,
his.
yeah, on Deer Run, we don't touch that,
And
So you're
Well-
basically talking about clearing the lots. Is that what we're talking
No,
about?
we would still leave trees, we would still leave it, once again, it would still be golf course aesthetically pleasing, we wouldn't just clear out all the trees, but we would make it a better view for that homeowner at the same time, so the golf course would be involved, there would be decisions made, it wouldn't just be go and wipe everything clear. I mean, and that's why we wanted to bring this up.
I
Right
think
now,
permits, I think, are great, but if you're clearing out anything on the golf course and trying to charge the people who live adjacent to it, I don't think that's fair.
so how do you want to control it? Right now, there's no policy, there's no permit at all.
Okay, so here's what I would recommend, is that the language change you made here to strike out the language that says
Golf course land.
golf course lands clearance makes this workable. It sounds like the problem is we've got a problem that we don't really have a procedure for.
We don't, that's why we were.
So
correct.
what I'm saying is let's just change this in the policy manual now and staff bring back to the board a proposed procedure that we can review.
Supervisors, I apologize. I do have the strike-throughs and the additions, but this is not the correct document. I apologize. I did have that. It's not the correct document on screen. All the strike-throughs that
Okay,
I'm
but
proposing.
I'm looking at, this is the correct document.
Correct.
And if I strike out golf course lands clearance.
I know,
it
but I
reads-
had that done for you, is what I'm saying. This,
Okay.
what we're looking at is not
Yeah, I
the
understand.
correct,
but
I apologize.
You're recommending striking out that language, and I
Yes.
think that solves the problem for the policy manual, but it doesn't solve the problem for the procedures. So
Correct.
we're dealing with the policy manual now. So
Yes.
let's go through with that strike-through as our recommendation, and then have you guys bring back a recommended policy to us so we can address this problem that we didn't really know was a problem until we got here.
Okay, understood. All right, J-1001, where we add the language of shuffleboard and dog park,
Which is page 50.
page 50. Moving on to, any other questions on that one? Moving on to L-1008, which is page 55 on speed tables.
Yep.
I'm recommending to add, okay, I'm sorry, supervisors, I had it laid out to where you could see the strike-throughs on the initial document, but I'd like to add the language where it says the district reserves the right to employ speed tables and traffic calming devices. So I'm adding that
Right.
language in here. And then the requirement of at least 20 district lots for the petition, I think we should look at 20 district lots adjacent or within the vicinity of the speed table.
And I would agree with that, other than in that last ad, I would change speed table to device. Because we've added
Oh,
traffic.
speed device, okay.
Yeah, maybe speed calming device. Something to broaden it rather than, again, restricting it back to speed table.
Okay, and then the last O-1001, this goes back into the subject matter that we were just speaking of. I'm recommending to delete where it says state certified personnel with the express written consent of the district and add district personnel through the permitting process.
So I was always told that we can't go in there and do anything without the state's permission, or is it the county's permission?
It's not the county.
So
We
that's
have
our role?
we have certain procedures in place under the Scrub J easement area where you can't just go and clear an entire lot under the Scrub J habitat, okay? There's certain provisions that you can and cannot do under the Scrub J habitat.
Right, we have to go to the county. Is it the county?
No, we don't have to go to the county. We have leeway of what we can do under the easement based on the permit. We have a permit under the Scrub J habitat.
So why couldn't we put the bathroom where we wanted to? I thought we were told we couldn't do that because it was Scrub J stuff.
That's a new building construction. What we're talking about is just being able to clear, maintain, remove palmetto bushes, just maintenance-wise, not
So building is different?
putting in a infrastructure inside of the Scrub J. That's completely different. This is just talking about maintenance.
This is a preservation easement. Adding a new building isn't preservation.
Okay, that's it?
The one other.
Anything else?
Yep, I got one more that I'd like to
Okay.
readdress. I've brought it up before with mixed results. I'll probably get the same mixed results, but 01004 on the same page, where we say hunting of animals within district boundaries is prohibited. I would suggest we change that, is prohibited without permits from all required agencies, including the district, because I still think we need to look at a way to hunt these pigs down. Any other board comments on that suggestion?
I have no problem with it if we can do it legally. That's,
So you just want to say that hunting, you need a permit?
Yeah, it's prohibited without permits from all required agencies, including the district. So they may have to get a county and a state as well as the district. They can't come in with a state hunting license and do it without our permission. But if we can get the necessary permits, I'd love to be able to get somebody to hunt those hogs down.
You guys okay with issuing a permit on that?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
Okay.
I am.
Well, the county is looking,
You can't allow people to go in and start shooting with these homes so close.
Okay. that's
Okay,
fine.
and this is exactly why we did it. We had houses get shot on Columbus from a mile away. You know, I think if we change it, that's a bad move, right? Leave it the way it is, make us bring trappers in. If we allow, the first time we start this, someone's gonna come in and say to us, okay, I'll come in and start shooting. Who's gonna take responsibility once we give that permit?
The hunter would have to sign that they're taking all liability as part of the permitting process.
I don't know. I just think it's a bad move to change it.
Oh, you think
know?
it's a
And
bad-
I understand what
you
you're
think it's good or
saying.
bad?
You know, hey, I get all the calls from the pigs.
And-
The pigs
and-
don't call me.
But
okay?
I
All right?
understand.
All right? Okay? But we're the ones that take the calls all
He
the
doesn't
time.
think
If we allow people to start shooting here at Southern Lake, we're opening up a can of worms.
It's going to be very limited because it's only going to be permitted, and trapping hasn't done it.
Yes, it has. Okay?
Do we still have a hog problem?
We have not had one complaint since we put that fence up. Not one.
Well, it's too early to tell on that, in my opinion.
Well,
It's too early. I still think if they're professional groups that
well,
do-
we have people
do-
trapping. If we keep the trapping,
I'm
it's fine.
talking about professionals that go in and cull herds out.
Well, we
They
have.
can do it
listen,
with a professional.
You guys do
You
what
can-
you want, but I'm going to tell you right now. I hope to God nobody gets shot.
I agree.
Okay?
I agree.
All right? Because I think you open up a can of worms.
Well,
All right?
Well,
I've been out there.
Aren't we saying you
Okay?
have to have a
I've been
permit?
to the houses got, their garages got. have holes
I'm
in
not,
their
I'm
doors.
not suggesting that we open
know?
up a hunting season on hogs. I'm suggesting that we allow hunters that are professionals to be properly permitted to go out and properly hunt down these hogs and limit our problem.
Do we pay them?
So I guess we'll come up with a permit draft.
They might pay us for the hog meat, who knows?
first, let's look at,
Oh, this is only for the,
first of
Well,
all.
it could be for anything, but
First-
my concern is the hog.
My
first-
concern is the residents. That's my concern.
My concern is
Sorry,
the,
you know.
I
Listen,
understand the
I'm the
concern.
one that deals with it. We deal with it. We deal with it every day, okay?
I
think it's a bad move to change this.
I would add
Again,
one more, if you're gonna,
Dania's got something from the county that they're looking at some kind of process.
They are looking at a contract for a trapper for the entire county. It's not a hunter. He's going to trap the animals. But first of all, before we go down the permit process, let's find out if it's even legal for firearm and hunting within our district boundaries.
Okay.
So that's a David question.
I understand that, but if we change the language to require all necessary permits, and we can't issue a permit, we're still prohibiting
That's correct.
the hunting.
Correct.
But we have the ability to do it if we can. That's all I'm suggesting, is opening up the language a little bit rather than saying, well, we can't do it because it's prohibited. Well, we're prohibiting it. I'm saying, okay, prohibit it without a permit, and if we can't issue a permit, it's still prohibited.
Okay.
Maybe we should add the permits have to be approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Well, maybe.
I want to know if somebody's going to start shooting around the place.
Hey.
I'd like to know that.
We get calls weekly about people shooting, and they're shooting in Avon Park, but the sound just travels. You know? We get it all the time. I just think, and Neil, I understand what you're saying because the hogs, we put a lot of time in the fence and all that, and I understand what you're saying.
Expense.
Yeah, you know, but I don't think we should ever opening up that people are allowed to shoot at Sun Lake. Trapping, 100% with you, okay? But I don't think we should ever allow anyone to shoot, which they do anyways, to shoot in Sun Lake.
Okay. Would you, I know that one of the big things in California was going out and hunting wild hogs with a Bowie knife.
Yeah.
You'd be okay with that?
Well, they actually do sometimes with that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, it's prohibited.
When they catch them, right, there were times that they had to, put it down right away.
Okay.
And that's how they do it, because I asked that question. I said, if you get a hog that you have to put down right away, it's hurt or whatever, he said, that we'll do it right there, but we do it with a knife.
Okay, but, so we could allow hunting with a Bowie knife, but we can't, because our law currently says no hunting is permitted. And I'm saying, let's open it up and look for ways that we can deal with this, because the hog problem is not going to go away just because we built a fence.
Oh, no, it's a big problem, California, Texas, and Florida.
Okay. So, can I get a board consensus on that direction? Or do you want to leave it the way it is?
I thought we permit, but we should know about it.
Okay, so the permit would need to be approved by all necessary agencies, including the Board of Supervisors?
I'd like to know.
Yeah, and I kind of agree, but I agree with Mike that I don't think the county's going to allow people to go out there and shoot hogs. I mean, I just don't see them okaying that, or the state, or, I mean, I know it's a problem, but I can't see it ever being okayed.
Well, just to kind of butt in here a little bit, there's obviously, the county has animal control. So I don't know what their processes are, but there's some sort of either a state or county level authority to do that. Our thing saying that hunting is prohibited is not going to stop anybody, if the county or the state, if they want to come in and do something about an animal problem. So basically all President Hotelling's suggestion is doing is giving us a way to be involved in that process, in my opinion.
I'm still not sure that staff has a consensus. We haven't heard from Joe at all.
I don't think he heard me.
Supervisor Branson.
Supervisor Branson? You can hear us, right? Okay, they're asking for your opinion on permitting for hunting.
I don't see a reason to change it.
Okay, so you would like to keep hunting prohibited with no exclusions?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
The suggestion that I've made is that we change this to, instead of prohibiting, period, that we prohibited without all necessary permits, including authorization from the Board of Supervisors, which would open it up so that we could look at that as a possible way of dealing with the hog problem. Because right now, we cannot authorize hunting of the hogs, only trapping.
Specific people who have the right experience, we need to spell that out in the manual.
Right. We would not permit somebody who didn't have the proper experience, is the concept.
But there again, that should be in writing.
It would be on the permit.
Would they have to carry insurances and all that?
We could put whatever restrictions we wanted on our
That'd be a
permit.
good way to start.
Yeah.
You know, they have to have $1 million insurance or whatever that.
Right.
You know, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I'm not trying to regulate the permitting process here right now. I'm just trying to open up the language to give us another possibility.
And I agree with that. Sally wants to talk.
Consensus? Either way.
I think it's something that has to be dealt with, so I don't have a problem with doing it. I just want to be careful.
Yeah, we all want to be careful. Yeah.
I'll go with you, Neil.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, okay. I think that's the consensus, is to broaden it up, but tight broadening, but giving us some leeway there.
Understood.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay. Any public comment on the discussion we've just had? Yeah, please, come forward.
Resident, we had hawk hunts here in the past.
Okay.
Once or twice a year, they would allow licensed hunters to go out with a bow and arrow and shoot the hogs, because they have 2 or 3 sets of babies every year and can multiply in the hundreds. So they had specific areas they could go, but we already did that.
Do you have any history on why we don't allow it now?
Oh, I'm not in that business.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't either, but we couldn't allow it under the current provision. Anything on this whole topic that you want to talk about, please?
I couldn't read the verbiage. Cliff Wood, resident. I couldn't read the verbiage with regard to trapping. Could you put that back up there? Anybody know what it said? Oh.
That's it. That's right.
Nope.
Oh. Yeah.
Trapping animals within the district boundaries requires a permit from the district. No threatened or endangered species will be trapped.
Yeah, but we're talking about the hunting, the one above it.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I was asking. Are we going to talk about trapping?
No, because we're not making any changes. This is a discussion on changes to the policy manual, and we're not proposing any change to the trapping.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. We're talking about the policy manual. So if there was something you wanted to change, this would be the time to talk about it.
Yeah.
Bill Norcross, President. I just want to comment on your changes to your bylaws, I guess you want to call it. I wish that we had comment after the different subjects, like you were talking about golf committee and clearing off land and stuff like that, because I was going to wait to the general comment afterwards, and you've been very permissive as far as having public comment, which is very good. But anyhow, can I just mention the three things that you've brought up already, because it'll be under general comment anyhow.
Okay?
Okay, fine, thank you. Under the golf committee, I tell you what, I argued many years or many months with the Kitson group that was running here many years ago. We should have a golf committee. A golf committee, it was the autonomous group. It wasn't funded. I wanted to have it funded, a small amount, like $25,000, so if there was a tree that had to be removed, it could be done. I was chairman of the golf committee, and Mr. Miller was on the board at the time, wrote up a long dissertation about the sunshine rules. And obviously, nobody wanted to have anything to do with the sunshine rules because the litigation they had gone on prior with Mr. Severino. So they took the sunshine rules out and established the golf committee, as I say, an autonomous group. And as I say, I got with the vice president of Kitson to get that because they needed a way to have membership converse with management. In other words, they thought a tree had to be removed, a cat path had to be fixed, something had to be done out there. They could bring the greenskeeper, at the time, it would be Dave Bell, and bring him into play, and then something could be done about it. And then they would have to appropriate funding through the district, which is okay. There's no problem with that. So as far as having the golf committee under a sunshine rule, you will not have anybody participating in something like that. Because golf committee, you're talking collectively, you're brainstorming, and you're talking with other people on the golf course or off the golf course. Under the sunshine rule, you can't do that. You guys know that.
Yep.
All right, so just think about the sunshine rule and the golf committee is two separate things. Okay?
I think we understand that, and that's why we feel a need to review the committee to make sure that we're
Well, I have the old rules and stuff like that.
Yep.
If you want to
Oh,
have it,
we've
I
got the
can dig them
rules.
up.
We just need to review the committee.
Okay, we talked about a subject here, clearing off golf course property. Okay, I can remember back on Myrtle Beach when they were putting houses in, a fellow was clearing off not only his property, but the golf course property because he wanted to have a view of the golf course. So therefore, there was a big problem there, big stink about it. Who's going to replace the trees? They never did, and I thought they made amendments so the district would say, look, if you're going to clear something down, make sure it's A-OK with whoever's in charge. Because you can't just start cutting trees down on golf course property just for your satisfaction. And the latest subject, we were just talking about the hunting in Sunny Lake. If you want to hunt with a bow and arrow or a slingshot, I don't care. But I tell you what, about 5 years ago, I was standing on the 14th tee on deer. And I heard a bang, and a bullet went right over my head. And until you've been shot at, I tell you what, you may want to have hunting or something like that, but when you get shot at, you don't want to have anything to do with a gun being fired within the bounds of the district. If some way they can set up a military type of target range away from the public and make sure it's really safe, maybe that's possible. But I tell you what, that's every Saturday, you probably hear the rifle shots on Saturday, automatic or carbine shots. I was in the Army, I know. You hear the bang, 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 bang. And hopefully the bullets are going the other way. So as far as I'm concerned, as far as hunting, if you want to hunt with a bow and arrow, a Bowie knife, slingshot, I don't care. Okay. But not with a gun in this kind of district. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. So we've handled that discussion item. That that gets us to add-on items.
None.
Petitions and communications.
Yes, we have 3 communications to the board, one from Mr. Wood, one from Mr. Halbeck, and Mr. Camp.
Okay. And I'd like to make at least one comment on Mr. Woods. Just because we disagree doesn't mean we can't be friends. And I don't have any problem with anything you want to tell us and say to us. I don't agree with everything you said, but I have no problem with you continuing to come and speak your mind.
Didn't we have something on Southern Homes too?
No, that came out.
They withdrew.
They withdrew their communicator petition.
I did not know that. Okay.
Okay, staff reports. Actually, let's go back to communication a minute, because I think Mark had something he wanted everybody to comment on.
Can we decide what the proper procedure will be if somebody sends us a communication? Like, do we read it? Do we just graze over it? Do we invite somebody if they're here to speak? I mean, how exactly are we going to deal with this going forward?
The policy manual requires it to come to us. I don't know that there is no requirement that we respond to anything, public comment or written comment. Staff needs to respond to specific questions and FOIA requests. And I guess
okay. I mean,
there's no reason
what would be the sense of somebody writing to us and expressing their opinions if we don't pay attention to it?
I think we do pay attention to it. I mean, there were a number of things in Mr. Wood's letter that reflected directly on the discussion that we had on the election process. So there's absolutely no reason not to discuss. If there's anything you want to discuss on these, and I guess the reason I was coming back to it is because Mr. Camp specifically asked for requests for a response from each supervisor. I don't know that we're required to provide that response unless we want to. But if there's a response you want to make, that's why I came back to that one in particular.
And why I did not respond to Mr. Camp, quite obviously, if I'm sure he's read the notes or the minutes or has listened to the minutes, but many of the things that he brought up in his letter I've addressed several times concerning the clubhouse and the restaurant. So maybe I didn't respond to him in email form, but I certainly echoed, I guess you could say, a lot of the items that he had in that letter. So therefore, I did not see, I knew what I was going to do at the next meeting anyway. There was not much reason to go ahead and respond to him, because as you all know, I'm quite adamant about where I feel about the clubhouse and the dining. So that's why I didn't respond to him.
And I responded to Tanya, and so but I don't think I'd ever respond to somebody who just puts an email out and asks me to respond to it. They can call me, they can talk to me, they see me out. That's what I do. I'm a supervisor. I don't get what he was trying to get from us. I understand. I agree with him in most of his stuff, but he needs to talk to me if he wants to talk to me. I don't get some of these letters we get anyway. It's their opinion. They can do it. I have an opinion. So, but I did respond to Tanya because he said, if you don't want to respond to me, respond to Tanya, and so I did.
And I concur. I'm happy to have a discussion with anybody. I don't always want to have a response back and forth in writing because sometimes it's not progressive. But again, I think I just wanted to bring this up because he specifically asked for comments, and I did not provide a comment.
Well, Wait a minute. I can't remember where it is in here, but isn't one of the things in here that if somebody sends us a communication, that it gets read at the meeting?
I'm sorry?
I
Yes.
said, in this thing that we just redid, I believe it says that if somebody sends the board a communication, it will be read at the meeting. Is that, am I wrong?
It was requested to be read at the meeting. It's not required. If you'd like it to be read at the meeting, as a supervisor, you can say, I want it read at the meeting.
Right. And if they request it, what happens then? We can say no?
We can say no.
Okay.
It's included in the minutes, all the letters.
So it's part of the public record, whether we read it at the meeting or not.
I just think if people take time to write us a letter, we should give them their day of club if they're here or not. If you want people to support us, that's not the way to do it, but that's fine.
As a supervisor, you may request us to read anything into the record that you would like read into the record. Okay, that's the correspondence. Now the staff reports.
Good morning, Supervisors. Just a quick update on golf operations. As you know, over the past, 6 or so weeks, we've reduced our tee time interval to 10 minutes. We reduced our maximum tee time booking of up to 4 people. Obviously, that follows, state guidelines and recommendations from, multiple people, if you will. Just wanted to update you that we are still currently doing that, but as I spoke with you one-on-one this week on the Tuesday the 26th, we will start to open back up kind of more towards normal. We will allow our member groups to reorganize, and we will take our tee sheet back to 7-minute intervals, and we will allow the shotguns. Obviously, we're still going to be really strict and really recommend social distancing and all the other guidelines that we need to follow in order to do that safely. We feel that the membership and the public have been really responsive to, how we operate and how to handle themselves when they're out there and not grouping up and things like that. So we feel comfortable that we can do that safely, at that time.
Hey, Mike, just like Mr. Gilpin occasionally says, next time this already went out to everybody, correct? It went out yesterday.
Correct.
So we should probably know when you're going to make a decision on something like that before everybody else does.
We had that discussion with our one.
I didn't have that discussion with you.
I apologize.
You said June to me.
I'm sorry if we.
Well, I know some people don't like it, and I kind of agree.
Did you send notification to the group leaders of your intent?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they got a separate email very similar to the one that went out with everybody else.
My question would be in balancing the return to shotguns and the cart situation. I'm not as familiar with how those are working. Most of them have their own personal carts, or if we have to give out our carts, are we sticking with one person per cart? And if so, do we have enough to be able to handle some of these shotguns?
Yeah, most of the shotguns are, reverse shotguns, and they're tailored for the member groups to go out. The members do have their own carts, and we do have a 100-cart fleet. Now, when we do resume that, we will be down to one course at 7 minutes. We don't feel there's going to be an issue with golf carts. The play reduces, in late May, play reduces to only need to have one golf course. So with that being said, I don't foresee a cart issue.
Okay.
For that, we're going to look to reopen the pro shop back to normal operations as far as not operating out of the window. We're going to take a couple of precautionary measures, kind of just like the district did over, I'm sure you guys have been in the district office with the plexiglass. So we're going to implement that, and then I think the staff would feel comfortable reopening the pro shop for normal operations. In the last couple of weeks, the governor has allowed 25% capacity in the restaurant. That allows us to have a maximum occupancy of 90 people. We started that on Monday. So far, the response has been great. Obviously, I've sent you guys the numbers every week. We're 4 days into it now, and the numbers are positive. So we've seen a lot of growth. Probably, we've easily doubled revenue on a day-to-day basis. Or pretty close to it, and I'm assuming typically Fridays and Saturdays are some of our busier nights, so I think that'll actually hopefully be more than that. And hopefully when the governor, if he allows us to open up even further, hopefully we'll even see more positive growth in revenues on the restaurant.
Do you anticipate any challenges with post-shotgun gatherings in the restaurant after the golf?
Well, the good thing is the group sizes are much smaller this time of year. If it were January or February, I would say yes. I feel we should be able to have everybody separated. Like I said, the occupancy is 90. Some of these groups we're talking groups of 16, 20. Okay. I know that the Wednesday group is a little bit bigger, but that could be a small challenge. But I feel we can navigate it, and I feel we can recommend to everybody to not group the tables together. The tables are laid out several feet apart, and as long as everybody adheres to the guidelines that were set forward, I don't see it as a problem.
Good.
How many reservations do you have for tonight, do you know?
I don't know how many reservations we have for tonight. The last few nights, we've had 6 to 20 the last couple nights, but I didn't check the books this morning to see how many are tonight. That's all I really wanted to update you guys with. I don't know if anybody has any further questions for me.
The only thing I have is I would like, and I agree with the social distancing and doing what we're doing, and I don't know if this is a lot, but I had 7, 8 calls complaining that we couldn't even go into the golf shop, which I agree. I don't think we should. But they see you and Andy riding around together, and they call me, and I'm saying, call Mike. But if you guys are going to do this, you guys the staff has got to do that too. This thing isn't about protecting, like I told you at our meeting. I mean, we're the vulnerable ones, so we got to be protected. But if you want us to do this, you got to practice it too.
No, I understand that.
So that's all I'm saying, and I don't want to get involved in stuff like this, but I get calls, and I'm sorry that I get calls. But please try your staff do the same, okay? Because you guys are not good and us bad, and that's the way it looks. That's the way it's coming across. Okay? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Tony.
How are you?
Okay.
I'm here for the duration.
Okay.
I'll go. What? Oh, you want to go? Go ahead. Okay. I guess I'll go next. He's leaving, so. Okay. I'll go quick. I sent you my reports. The watch orders are up again, over 400. Code violations, 130. The lift station, we're just waiting for the as-built to come in. They go to the state, and they figure a week or two they'll be in, and we should be up and running full-time with that. They did do a startup, and everything went well. So, that's all I got.
I'm just having trouble hearing. No big deal.
You're waiting on the as-built. Do you have a time frame as to when you expect that to be finished?
They said they hope to be in next week, and then the permit will take about a week or two. So he said a couple of weeks, the contractor told me yesterday. So hopefully we can get going. I want to get it done. The fence went up yesterday, or the fence guys were there. I didn't go out there this morning to see if it was done, but we're moving on. Then we got to bring the sod in, and we're going to do some landscaping around there to kind of make it look pretty. So
The lift station.
Oh,
the lift station.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if I asked Tanya or you on this road, the road pavings that we just got an email on yesterday. Why is it not what the original list called for? There's like 5 streets that it's short from what Drew originally gave us.
Can I get back to you on that? I don't have it in front of me, but I'll look at it and let you know.
Yeah, wait a minute. I can tell you what they were if you want. Someplace.
Was it Calatrava, Alcantara? Those are the ones that were maybe left off of that list.
Yeah, it was 5, there's 14 on one, here it is, I got it here. It's Spumoni,
Alcantara,
Tangier, and Calatrava.
Tangier is actually on there. I think it's number, look at, no?
No.
1 through 11?
There's 11 on there, but there was like 14 or 15 in the original.
Tangier's number 3.
And we budgeted for that amount, so I would think we should add these back on and do the original budget, right?
Well, he's awaiting a quote. I'm not saying we're going to leave him out. I think that's prioritized. Alcantara, Calatrava is down at the bottom. It's not on your list, but I'm saying it was provided as part of the budget, but we're not sure what the costs are going to come in
It's on
at.
his original list that he gave me. That's the only reason I know they're missing.
Well,
We're waiting for a quote.
we're waiting on a quote.
Yeah, but I hope we're quoting all the streets that we committed to, not just 70% of them. That's my point. I mean, we know we got a road problem, and we've got to spend that money, so if we budget it, let's spend it.
All right.
So if you guys would get back to me, that'd be great.
Okay.
Who do we talk to? If there's areas out there that I've got concerns about, who should we be talking to?
Tanya.
To you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You want to just bring us up to date on the speed signs?
One quick question for Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mike, are the panels up yet?
No, the panels, they're currently in manufacturing. I'm awaiting them to let me know when they're done.
Okay.
The speed sign.
Yeah.
From day one, we got data on it. But the data that was giving us, we didn't understand the programming, so we had to call back the manufacturer. And they explained to us how to program it. So I had, and I think you saw one of the reports, it was 700 pages. And I don't think you guys want 700 pages of who went where, what time, and all that. So what we did, we contacted the manufacturer. They explained to us how to reprogram it, and so now for next month, right, it's going to only program how many cars go by and if the speed's over and what way it's going. So we'll be getting that to you next month. Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Me? All right. Oh, okay.
Hi, good morning.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just a couple of quick updates. Obviously, the last couple of weeks for me has been spent trying to dig through a lot of emails, a lot of voicemails, and get caught up with what I've missed the last few months. From a recreation standpoint, the online operations that we've moved to in order to open the Racket Club have gone really well. Anyone who's interested in signing up for a membership so that they can use that facility just signs up online, does their application, they submit their payment online. I'm notified, I reach out to them, and we kind of talk through how we can get them that fob in the safest manner, obviously, so we get that done. That's been going very well. I haven't had any complaints as far as racket clubs going, so I'm assuming that that's going well and operating smoothly as well. I know you guys all got the WDM report from March while I was out, forwarded that to you guys yesterday. The next report is going to come from WDM July 1st. So in the media proposal that we approved way back when this all started, once we go into the summer months, we switched over to a 100% online and digital campaign base. Obviously, we anticipated summer to be slow, and we didn't realize just how slow summer was going to be for us. So we're going to get 3 months of data starting July 1st. So that is May, June, April, May, June. April, May, June will come July 1st, and then same format, but we'll get the next update after that, October 1st. So just wanted to let you guys know that as well, so you know what to expect.
Yeah, I got just a question for you. I want to meet with you soon,
Yep.
But since we're technically not a golf community anymore and we're growing, I'd like you and Tanya and everybody to look at I'm just really happy about the pickleball and the shuffleboards coming in, but that area is becoming, I talked to a couple of people that thought they could go and play pickleball if they were invited by a friend for free.
Okay.
I mean, and it's hard for us to watch it all the time. So
Sure.
I said, well, you come here to the pool. Well, they didn't know that.
Okay.
But we need to, in the future, to look at having somebody over there watching. I know it's another cost, but
Okay.
this is becoming, people are going to come to Sun and Lake Down, apparently, not just to play golf.
Right. Yep.
And
Happy to
it's
talk about
getting big.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we should look at having a separate pickleball membership, tennis membership, shuffleboarded memberships, other than being thrown in with the golf membership.
You got it. We
Because
absolutely have that conversation.
we have a lot more people playing, and some are here to play pickleball.
Yep.
So, and they pay $100, is that what they pay, or $60? So it's quite a deal when I'm asked to pay $4,300 to play golf, and I get to do that if I want to.
Right.
As part of the, but it's just something to look at.
Yeah, we can definitely have
But
that conversation.
I would like to set something up with you and talk to you.
You got it.
Okay, thank you.
Are we monitoring the courts right now to make sure that we haven't got a lot of?
Security has been going and doing the sweeps. Mike's been great helping us out with that. So security goes and does sweeps, and if there is anyone that is there that does not have a fob or some sort of proof of membership, they are asked to leave. Typically what we'll do then is on our end, on the back end, we can kind of go back and look if they say, oh, well, I don't have my fob on me, or I am a member, but we have the ability to kind of go back and look. So yes, security has been helping us with that.
Have we had issues with too much congregation there?
No, it's actually pretty good. We've only had a few people that weren't supposed to be in there, and Ariel gave us her card. So we hand them the card, and then they contact her, and I guess it's been going pretty good. So it's been working out pretty well.
I haven't personally gotten any complaints, so that's.
And I haven't either.
Okay.
Just a quick question and comment.
Okay.
Have we gotten any hits from this marketing thing yet? I mean, where somebody actually called us?
Well, obviously, I can't speak to the last 3 months because I've been out, but.
Well, we were at zero before, I think.
No. I was going to say, I've gotten a few emails, but.
Well, let me ask you this way.
Okay.
For the next meeting, when you do your budget presentation, I assume that's the next meeting, right? Well, anyway, when you do your budget presentation, we'd like to have an update if we've gotten any response whatsoever from this, and what your recommendations would be going forward, because my gut tells me this is not working.
Okay. We're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And I personally think that there's going to be a significant opportunity of people wanting to come down to this area based on the pandemic. And I'd hate for us to miss that opportunity. We've got to get something out there to let people know what this town is all about, this Sun and Lake District is about.
Sure.
there's so much opportunity that we're not getting into any at all. Just enough said for right now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other staff reports? General counsel report?
Not much on my front. Civil is at a almost standstill. All civil cases, the pandemic has pretty much put them at a stop. It's probably going to push us back. My guess is probably 4 to 6 months before some of the stuff that we have going on gets back into the system. Hopefully not that long, but that's just my guess. One thing I did want to bring up is the end of this fiscal year, this coming September 30th, is the end of Tanya's 5-year contract, and it's under Section 2D. We're required to give the board, and it automatically renews after that September 30th. So the board is entitled to 90 days notice. So we're giving you that notice now that September 30th date's coming up, and we'll have to have a discussion in the future about what's going to go on with that.
Okay.
So just keep that in the
We
back
have
of
to
your
have
head.
a discussion about what?
About the Tanya's contract, which expires on September 30th.
So we have a discussion about her when she's here?
Well, we can, but at some point there'll be I just want the board, the contract requires that the board be given notice that automatic renewal is coming up. And so this is that notice.
Okay. I think the question would be, we have sunshine laws. We have an exception, I believe, for personnel issues. Can we have a closed meeting to discuss Tanya's contract?
I'll check into that, because I don't think that we can. Yeah, I don't think that we can, because my only knowledge of a shade meeting is for ongoing litigation. This would not be that. So.
That's the only time you can have an executive session?
Correct. It's called a shade meeting.
Please look into that, because I think personnel issues may be an exception as well.
I'll check. That's all I've got unless there's questions.
Okay. General Manager's report.
So I've had many emails and many questions about the remaining part of our facilities opening here at the district. And on Monday, May 11th, I'm recommending that we open our pool facility at limited capacity. We do have staff that we're able to bring back in for this, and we are ready. We've pressure washed, we've cleaned all the furniture out there, so we've done our part. The capacity of the pool is 69, so we are looking at initially a capacity of maybe 40 and try this. The YMCA is also opening their pool on Monday, May 11th, and they are at a limited capacity as well. We are recommending no organized group classes, whether it's community center. Of course, the weight room is closed per state order, or the pool right now. There's risk to that, and talking with the YMCA, they are not allowing organized. Organized group means that we will not be paying for an instructor at this time. Maybe until we'll look at what the phase 2 and the phase 3 bring, for our district. I'm also recommending the district office open on Monday, and we do have the plexiglass installed at the office. And
I have a question on the pool.
yes, sir.
How often do we plan, if at all, to clean the chairs, the lounge chairs? I mean, are we going to clean them at all? I know we're cleaning them for the opening. I understand that. But are we going to follow up, or you got any plans for that?
We were going to do them, how many people there? We're going to do them daily if we have to, because we have a power washer.
Well, we don't have to pressure wash daily. We have guidelines on what we can do with furniture. I mean, we could spray it down with a certain mixture of, I don't know the material exactly, but bleach water. There's certain precautions that we can do.
We have a plan in place that will keep the area clean. That's my whole point.
We'll have a plan in place to keep the area clean. That's the best we can do. Yes, sir. It won't be pressure washing, though, on a daily basis.
Whatever it takes. I mean, I want the guys, whoever goes to the pool, you want them to feel comfortable.
Absolutely.
That it's a good environment.
Yes.
And then how do we determine if our capacity is 40, is there a restriction as to how long they can be there, or how are we going to accommodate when we have many more members than that?
We have a sign-in sheet that they will be required to sign in. We're going to monitor it on a daily basis. If it gets to the point where we are turning people away, then we are considering a time limitation. We're going to take it day by day right now.
Okay.
Also, we have not opened up the community center for groups or any rentals yet. This is consistent with Highlands County and the city of Sebring. So we are not recommending to move forward with any rentals right now. And we are also recommending not to have summer camps this year. Summer camp primarily is using this facility, and internally we've talked through that, and we're recommending not to move forward with summer camps.
Okay.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, because I know you have communication with the hospital, have we heard anything about the 400 plus or minus tests they did and what the results were?
I have not. There's been no formal announcement of what happened, unfortunately.
It's amazing to me. I'm thinking about writing a letter to the editor saying, why haven't we heard? This would be public information that we should have, not specifically who is impacted, if anyone is, but out of however many tests they did, what was the percentage? I mean, we've got a county report that tells us how many cases we have in the county, but we've got 400 people tested, and we don't know whether any of them have been counted.
It's unfortunate.
Well, I'm sure
basically the newspaper reports tells you every day the amount of people that have been tested and the amount of people that have been positive. Now, it doesn't identify out the people that were Sun and Lake tested, but I would assume that, or would have to believe that they've got to be included in those numbers.
I'm not sure they are.
Know.
If you go on the state's website, it will tell you zip code by zip code. So it won't say that Sun Lake has a couple of zip codes actually. But it'll tell you like Tangle area here. It does break it down by zip code on the positive test.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is that with the records that we have, we're right around 80 cases in the county, and we had 400 people tested, and that number didn't jump. So I'm guessing that it was pretty minimal, if any, or not reported, and that's the information.
A few days after that Saturday, it went up to 4.
In 33872.
But the drive-through testing was open to anyone who registered, so they won't necessarily be under that 33872 zip code.
Tanya, I know this is just hypothetical, and I know we're following the county and the city of Sebring, but if we ever decide to say, open this, and they don't, are we going to get in trouble, or are we just following what Sebring does and what the county is? I mean, because I think you're doing fine, but I don't know, can we step out and do anything different, or are we followers in this?
Well, the executive order for the governor has recommended that if you're outside, maintain your social distancing. On inside, you still should maintain your social distancing. If you have 100 people in here, that's not abiding by the executive order of the governor.
Well, I don't particularly mean this place, but I meant just anything that goes, that's going on, and we seem to be, and I don't mind that, following Sebring or the county.
And the executive order.
Can we do some stuff if it's not, I think Sun and Lake might be like the difference between New York and North Dakota. And I'm not advocating that we do that, but are we bound to what they do, or we have flexibility?
We are bound by what the executive order of the governor says.
Okay.
That's what we're bound by.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So if we can do something and Sebring and Highlands don't, Highlands County, then we can do it without Highlands County doing it or Sebring, city of Sebring.
As long as it's not prohibited by
Okay.
the
That's
executive
all.
order, yes.
I mean, I think you're doing fine, but I just, it looks to me like we're doing stuff and we're waiting for them to do it instead of.
All I mentioned was the community center.
Okay.
That,
And I think that's a good idea. You don't, that particular thing, so. I just meant on anything in particular.
There you go.
Wow.
Here you go, leave it. I can't,
Okay, thank you, Daniel.
You're welcome.
good, I can't see right now.
And it still says in the executive order to avoid congregating in large groups. And then, to me, this facility falls in that category. If you have a
Oh, yeah.
wedding.
I agree. I
yeah.
wasn't
So
particularly talking about this particular, keeping this shut
Right.
down, but I meant anything.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see how the Phase 2 and the Phase 3 of the governor, what statements he makes in his executive orders, and we'll make decisions based on that.
Okay.
Okay, moving along, unfinished business,
None?
new business,
None?
committee reports,
No committee reports.
public comments. This is when public can come forward and say anything they'd like.
Okay, Bill Norcross, resident. I just want to offer a suggestion. You have an agenda here, and you have working people here, too, all right? We have a very valuable guy out back there that works on the golf course. His time is really limited. So I just wonder if we could kind of adjust the agenda as to subject material. I mean, we went through a good hour of voting and another additional type of things. So what I'm just saying, is there any way we can adjust the agenda so that golf course priorities come first, so these guys can get back to work like they're supposed to be doing? Is there any way we can do that without upsetting the apple cart here? Think about it, all right?
Think about it, yep.
Good morning, Javita McKinney, resident. I just wanted to thank everybody for being here and staying on course and continuing to serve in the midst of this quarantine. We really appreciate what you all are doing. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I wanted to ask, is the pool hours the same?
Pool hours are the same.
Oh, great. Thank you. Have a good one.
Love that girl.
Any other public comment?
About 2007, I held a meeting in that room right back there when we were trying to put together a marketing program. And the meeting involved the builders in the area. It was a preliminary to coming to the board at the time to propose putting a marketing program together. And we described essentially what we had in mind, and we were essentially looking for the support of the builders if we were to take a proposal forward to the board. And everybody was in support of the idea at that time, except Jeff Hornack. I couldn't believe it at the time because it was essentially a possible win, no lose situation for him personally. But he took the position that was just another one of those things that the board might do, and then they do it for a couple of years, they spend a bunch of money, and then they get cold feet, and that'd be the end of it. Sad to say, in the final analysis, that's exactly what happened. The program was killed before it ever was launched. We might have learned a lot about how to monetize the unsold real estate at Sun and Lake if we had stayed with that. Some mistakes were made, I made some of them. Some of them were just circumstance. But one of the things that concerns me is this. Maybe it's an unfair question to ask, but given our burn rate on our cash reserves, and given that we're approaching a percentage unemployment rate now that may very well exceed what took place in 1929, and given that it wasn't the New Deal that really brought us out of the Depression at that time, it was really World War II and all of the pent-up demand that took place when all of the military came home and married and bought cars, built homes, and all of that kind of stuff. So it's questionable whether all of the stimulus money that's being poured into the economy is going to turn around what could become a depression that would rival 1929. And that has serious implications for us. But given our existing burn rate, unless something dramatic were to happen, does anybody have just, an idea about when we're going to exhaust our cash reserves?
10 years.
I buy that. That's about what I think. So we have 10 years to essentially cause a dramatic improvement in the rate that we are developing Sun and Lake. Time is of the essence. And I absolutely agree with Craig. I don't have any animosity for anybody. Everybody, I think, is essentially doing the best they can. But it's a little bit like what Einstein said: if you run an experiment over and over again using the same protocol, it shouldn't surprise you that you're going to get the same result. So we need to change the way we're running the experiment. And as I say, times may be tough. I agree with Craig. There are a lot of people in places like Michigan that are having these incredibly draconian approaches to dealing with the pandemic. New York State, New Jersey, a lot of these states a lot of those people.
That's 5 minutes.
Are going to have had it with that geography. There are people there that will be looking for somewhere else to live.
We need to wrap up, Mr. Woods.
I'm getting there quickly. A percentage of those people are golfers. Golfers are worth 8 to 10 times more annual revenue to Sun and Lake than just somebody that buys a home. They're not hard to find. It's just blocking and tackling. If you get the right kind of a program together, we need to message them, get them here for a visit, and to oversee that visit professionally so that they get a real slice of life while they're here, and get them to buy property here at Sun and Lake and join the club and have a wonderful life like we all enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board to board. Any board comment? Nope. Okay. I guess we are at the workshop, and I would recommend we take a 10-minute break. Take a 10-minute break and come back for the workshop.
We are going to have lunch delivered at noon.
At noon?
So if it's 11:35, so would you want to break at noon?
Okay. You want to go into the workshop now and break at noon?
Mike, is that okay with you to go ahead and start?
Kenny, do you want me to stay, or can I go for the workshop? All right, I'm going to leave supervisors, because I don't need to be here for the workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, he can take Mike's spot.
All right, supervisors, as I spoke to you guys one-on-one this week, I have presented you guys a preliminary budget for today's discussion with some recommendations, and, I know we had some bullet points that we touched, a couple of things that we've already, noticed that we can adjust for round number 2. First, I'll ask if you have any questions on the information provided, the CMAs, the APRs, the market analysis. Did you have any further questions on those from what I presented to you, plus the follow-ups? So basically, page 1 through 8 is all that information. Do you have any questions on any of that data that's in there?
Mike, I don't have anything specific, but I'm sure a lot of this will come up that's in the first 8 pages, but I think it'll come up while we're talking.
Yeah, that's just the data portion. So that takes us to page number 9.
I got on page 4, just a comment on your operating and capital expenditures compared to your revenues and your shortage. Just wanted to point that out. That's page 4, whoever's got the thing. Yeah, that. Go back to the top of that. Those numbers.
Did you have a specific question, or you just wanted to?
No, I just wanted to point it out.
Okay. Any other questions, or we want to move on to page 9?
What page are we on?
Page number 9, it's the proposed membership rates.
So everybody agree with page 8? I guess, is that what we're saying?
Page 8 is our competitive market analysis with our current.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought page 8 was the rates. The what?
No, page 9 is the rates. That's what we're on right now.
What the hell is this page? What?
That's the competitive market analysis with our rates compared to.
This thing says page 8. What's page 8 on that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're okay with that?
That's our competitive market analysis. So that shows our current rates versus our competitors in the
Oh, so we're going to talk about our rates later?
So that's just data. That's just factual stuff. That's not our proposed rates or anything like that. That's
Okay,
just
that's
current
fine.
facts.
I'm sorry, my fault. My bad.
Okay. Now we're looking at page 9, which is the proposed membership rate.
You sure you want to do this before lunch?
So I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion on this. So when we did our competitive market analysis and our APRs, the data clearly shows that we're lagging behind in our current membership contribution, which is where we landed on the 6% increase, which if you extrapolate that out to rounds played, is in the ballpark of $1 per round played. Now, the current percentage off base line rates was the proposed by the board in previous discussion. So that data resumed the same. With the 6% increase proposal, I had the discussion that I thought the board may want to look at the 3 and 5 month as part of the consideration, because the data shows that those per round rates are rather high. So I'll leave it up to the board. So, I've had my discussions with you one-on-one, so I'll leave it up to the board. If you guys have any questions, comments, or suggestions to start us off with the 6% increase.
On this APR, on the total rounds that you say are on there, does that include the outings or member events?
No, I think it said someplace I read that it didn't.
It does not on the public rounds.
Does it, on our full membership rounds, does that include member events?
That is correct.
What's he asking about?
So the additional expenses that we pay to get in these member events actually is not included in the APR cost.
So that is APR for green fees. You are correct. So your extra entry fees into those events as well go towards your prize fund. That's to the local, that's to your MGA. That goes to your MGA or your LGA or WGA or what have you. Obviously, then they purchase meals at the club.
Well, I understand
that portion is not in this APR, correct?
But a certain percentage of those funds does go towards green fees, correct?
There is no further green fees paid by members for playing in those events.
That all goes to meal and prize money?
Correct.
Okay.
Mike, I questioned, and I don't know where the board is on this, but I know when we had our big raise and switched stuff around 2 years ago, the family over 80 and the single over 80, we decided to take 3 years to get them there. This is the third year, and what it looks to me like, and I think you answered that in our meeting, that you've now broken that down to another year. Is that correct?
That is how it is on here. I was not aware of what the board had decided previously. That is something that if that is what the board decided and we want to make that adjustment, then we can make it.
Well, see, and I think it's basically the same board, but they didn't want to raise it all at one time.
Correct.
So I think we decided to do it in 3 years, but now it's going to be a 4-year catch-up. So, I don't know either way, but I would be in favor of just doing it like we were going to do it before, but.
I could concur with that. One of the concerns obviously is the page that Supervisor Brooks pointed out. There's a $600,000 deficit this year.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere we can grab some more income, especially if it's within the plan. And I wasn't part of that discussion 2 years ago, but
yeah.
I'm certainly fine with keeping with that and not having that extra year. Grab it now.
So just to be clear, so the family over 80 will go to a 20% off baseline price, and the family over 85 will be 30% off the baseline rate?
Well, I think Ray probably, Ray would know better, because I think he was the one.
Well, we've changed it several times. 3 years ago, we said it's going to be a 2-year deal, and then or 3-year deal. Last year, we said 2-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
So really, to do it the way we agreed to last year would be to cut it in half. We have this year and next year to get there.
Yeah, but originally we said 3, I think. But we might have changed it.
We did change it.
Okay.
So, but it's up to you. But my problem is not that as much as it is the 6%. If I did my math right, for every point you go up, It's $10,163.63. I didn't round it off. I don't know where you get 6%. I just think that's just, I don't want to go back and tell my friends, I'm going to raise your membership 6%. I think they'll have my head. So representing the golf community, I can't support 6%.
And I can support 6% because I'm representing more than just the golf community, and we're subsidizing golf quite a bit. And in my view, the golf rates are very reasonable and, if anything, underpriced. And going up 6% is a part of catch-up, it's not an inflationary mood. We are deficit spending, and we need to grab that income. And golf is kind of our key thing, and we're losing money on this operation, and we need to find a way to make money.
I don't believe deficit spending should be taken out on the membership.
Okay, so where is it going to come from? That's the primary revenue for golf, is the membership.
You know, if you looked at that page that I pointed out, they're $600,000 short. You think we're going to ever be able to subsidize that?
No, but I think that...
And this is a good year for capital. They don't want that much capital.
I think where we need to do it is to find places where we can increase revenue that's in line with the market. And we are underpriced compared to the market.
I don't agree with that.
That's what the CMA page is showing. If you go back to page 8.
I don't know, you guys comfortable with 6%?
No, I tell you, the only thing I got a problem with is if we raise the member 6%, I think it's recommended that outside play stay the same. We're still going to do new members at 50% off. We're going to keep the summer membership for this third year in a row at $7.99. I just think we got to be a little more consistent. Because for me to okay the rest of the stuff and then add 6%, whether it's needed or not, it just seems like we're attacking the wrong.
Well, I'm okay with going up 6% across the board.
So, I mean, it's just like our conversation when you cut the rate in a month early. It might be a good thing, it might not have been, but we never know that, which was a good thing. We have to take what you did, but it just seems like we're piling a lot on the members. Now, I might go along with 6% if you would raise some of the other ones,
Sure.
But you're not, Mike, you're not doing it.
No, we can look into that. So if you look over the past several years, the public rate has gone up substantially, $1 a year, $2 a year, substantially, and on the membership side, over a 6-year average has gone up 1.5% a year. And the public rate is substantially priced itself. We're priced by far the highest in our market, and our membership is not.
And we should. I mean, we should.
And I agree with you on that.
And is there any plans, because I don't think you put this down, are we going to charge anything more for outings?
For what?
For our... We do, yes. So all of our outings, and I think we have that documentation somewhere we're allowed to do, but yes, we make rate proposals year over year on any outings that we bring in. We drive rate year over year, so all of our outings go up $1 or $2 every year.
But that's just something we don't know. I mean, we passed 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, that there's a minimum of what we charge.
Correct, and we're...
And I have no idea what you or Andy or anybody's charging, because I never know. I got to take your word for it.
Sure.
Which I'm not saying you're not, but there's no way. And like I told, it's frustrating for me. We make all these rules, and we do minimums. I'm not talking about, because I don't want to put my thumb on you all the time, but I want to make sure you're charging at least equitable rates. And I have no way of knowing, I just have to trust Billy Casper that, but then I turn around and I hear some told me that you cut the rates, which is, this might be a different time with the pandemic, but you cut the rates of 1 month early.
We did.
So, I mean, it's just, I need to know, I don't want to say we, but I'd like to know more about what we're charging for anybody. I just hear too many things, but it's just really tough for 6% if you're not going to be more aggressive on all the other things we do.
We can address some of those other rates on the public side. We could do that now if you wanted to go to that side. And come back to us.
Excuse me, why would you address the public rates? We don't even get that now. Why raise something we don't get? Your average rate is $42 and change. So to say the rate is going to be $58 in December, why raise it? Who's kidding? You can't even get what we publish.
So on my APR range, that is for a full year. That is through the middle of the season, October through September.
Is there any numbers that you guys publish that I could use?
Those are blended rates. So if you don't have one, is this thing on?
No. Well, louder.
It doesn't sound good.
Okay.
Now you're on.
All right. So what you're looking at is a blended rate, and that's the only way to look at it. I mean, we could do an analysis on when we get our what we call our rack rate, which is our highest rate. But when you're looking at from an overall perspective, let's just say green fees divided by rounds over the course of a year, that rate or that APR is a result of whatever your morning rate is, your midday rate, your twilight rate, all combined. Because as you don't have the same rate every day, and oftentimes in golf courses you don't have the same rate every day of the week. So when you're looking at that calculation that you're making, that's what you have to take into consideration.
Okay.
I think it's important to go back and look at the CMA on membership. If that, whatever slide that is, I can't remember.
9.
So when you look at this, which I have to admit I must need glasses because I can't see those numbers from here. But when you look at this and you see where Sun and Lake is versus, thanks, Mike, where our competition is, that's what Mike is trying to point out here. 6% may seem like a lot because we're jumping from where we are 6%. But when you look at how does that compare to our competitor courses, we're still not close to them, even with 6%. And that's been something that we've dealt with here, for a long time. But a decision has always been we want to keep those rates low, the membership rates. And when you do that, somewhere you have to come up with the ideas and the options of increasing revenue. And we've had in the past, situations where we could open the spigot up for public play, increase the amount of public play that comes in. I can tell you that spigot is nowhere near wide open. There's a lot more public play that could be in here if we wanted it. You could do more golf outings than what we do if you want it. And you could change, there's other things that you can change if you don't want the membership rate to go up. But something has to give. Okay, this gentleman back here said something about Einstein's comment about doing the same thing every year is going to lead you in the same place. And I think that's true. And especially right now because we're dealing with the results of a pandemic and that impact on revenue. So, you can say this is an anomaly year if you want, or however you want to look at it. We don't know as an industry how golf is going to end up after all of this. I mean, we think we have we're starting to get better and better evidence of that. And we don't think it's going to be a lasting impact from a negative perspective. However, we do believe that we're going to feel an impact for the next several months at least, if not longer. So when you're looking at these things and thinking about what do I need to do in order for funding, it's not just this month or next month. It could be an impact for a little bit longer period of time. And so we're bringing suggestions to the table on how you can hopefully mitigate some of the loss that is going to come from the pandemic. I mean, Mike commented earlier, we've got 6 to 20 covers in the restaurant right now. I mean, yes, we're only allowed 25% capacity, but there may be a long time before people are very comfortable coming to eat out, and we don't. And so there's an impact from that. So I'm just making a suggestion here that you look at this maybe from a different pair of glasses than maybe in the past, and every option that you have available to you, take a hard look at it, because it could mean it could mean the difference between having to fund more money than you had expected in the next year or two than it has in the past, and that's why we're bringing these to the table. And using this as a comparison, we're not showing anything that isn't fully transparent or inaccurate as to where you stand in the marketplace with rates and your membership and your specific membership rates as well, golf rates and membership rates.
It's funny, I have a different chart. I do. You guys gave me a different chart.
Yes, we updated that chart, and Tony has the updated chart. Per request, we added 2 more courses on there. We added Pinecrest.
Yeah, you took out the ones that were higher.
River Greens.
I see that. You took out Pinecrest and River Greens, which we are more expensive than.
So on the one that you're looking at on the screen, we are comparing us as a 36-hole facility to Highlands Ridge, which is a 36-hole facility. Spring Lake is a 27-hole facility. Pinecrest, and you can't see it on the board there, but Pinecrest, their family rate is $4,100, and they are an 18-hole facility. And River Greens, by request, was on there. They are also an 18-hole facility. So that's where the difference is on those 2 rates. So this one here, we were trying to compare apples to apples in our community, or in our region.
Mike, you realize that you're asking for the members to give you another $90,000 in revenue.
That is the proposal for board discussion.
That's what you're asking for, correct? $90,000. And you're still short $600. So theoretically, you're short $700. If we say no, we're not going to give you an increase, you're going to lose $100,000 here almost.
That is correct. Obviously, if the board decides to not do that increase, it's only going to increase the deficit. That is correct.
What's going to happen next year?
Well, I think before he answers that, the part of the number you're quoting, 600,000, includes capital.
Yeah,
it's not the operating number. You always have a decision on capital not to do it if you don't want to do it, unless it's an emergency situation.
The only thing left in your capital is $40,000 outside of golf carts and what's the other thing that's in there?
All of our maintenance equipment is in lease that currently is in capital, and some of us think it should be moved to operating, but it is in capital. So we can't really not do that.
$40,000 worth of capital.
Yeah, but you're not getting a budget that says you're going to lose $600,000 a year from an operations standpoint.
I'm getting a budget that says I need $600,000 a year this year.
If you want specific things done capital-wise, yes.
Yeah, and I'm saying part of that's in that capital is our equipment, which really should be in operating, but we're having that discussion at board and staff level that would increase the operating, which is reasonable because you need the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mike, go back to my question. What's going to happen next year? How much you're going to want then? I mean, what would you guess?
If I had to guess, I think a comfortable if we felt that our membership rates were in line, I would suggest that a comfortable year-over-year average would be around 2.5%.
How much? I'm sorry.
2.5.
2.5?
That is if we feel that our membership rates are in line. And I don't know if Tony has a different number, but my research shows that 2.5% will basically follow along with inflation and in cost of.
Can we figure out a way to board members get like free membership? Is that possible?
That would go
For
over
life?
big.
I think the end result of how well the golf course performs, largely depends on the parameters in which you want it to operate under. Let's face facts, right? We have certain things that we do here that are specifically directed towards the members to provide an experience which we have said in the past is what the members want. Again, if you're looking at it from a business perspective, or from a member amenity perspective, or a community amenity perspective, those can be two very different ways of looking at that asset.
I just remember last time, 2 years ago, we raised it 5%, and I think we all remember very vividly what happened when we did that. I'm not sure I want to go through that again.
You mean the pushback from the members? Yeah.
I don't think they were real happy with us.
Yeah, I don't remember, so enlighten me.
Huh?
I don't remember because I wasn't part of it then.
It didn't go over.
Mike remembers.
Yeah.
It was not fun.
It's not. You're right. We wouldn't stand up here or sit here and say that there's not going to be some pushback anytime you raise a price. Most people, that's just natural for people to not be happy with prices being raised. But there are other options if you don't want to go down that road, and you guys know those options. We've talked about them before. Those are things like golf outings and allowing more public play and things like that.
And cutting the budget.
There are things we can do, and that's part of, I think, a workshop is to seek some direction. And we'll come back with options based on those expectations, which is what we do every year.
Right.
So,
I personally can't support 6%. I don't know how the other guys feel.
On this 600,000, how much of it is related to the golf side, and how much of it is related to the food and beverage side?
You're talking the operation.
The deficit, including capital.
600,000 deficit. How much of that is related just to the golf side versus the food and beverage side?
So on the operating side, it's 265.
255 on...
265 for the operating.
So
That's the operating budget.
That's total again, right?
Of the 600,000, 265 is operating, what we call operating because we have that classification of capital. And so of that golf breakdown, 32,000, we're actually making a positive 32,000 in golf and losing 297,000 in restaurant. Okay. That makes up the 265.
Unless, of course, the equipment leases were put in operating, and then we'd be losing money on the golf side, too.
I also want to talk about that. That's another point. If we want, right now, if you were, to your point, if you were a district resident and you go to the golf financials, you don't see capital at all. They would have no idea what the capital is. That's only included in general fund because we're the ones paying for it. So it doesn't affect their financials at all. If we want to paint that picture, we need to have them start classifying and recording those entries, whether we put it in golf maintenance. I don't care where we put it, but it creates another burden where we need to start classifying and creating journal entries in BCG's accounting system because they're not paying for those assets. Does that make sense? It never hits their books.
Yeah, I understand that there's an accounting
So I can put it
complexity.
in operating. We can do these accommodations, but there's going to be some back-end work that we need to work out with BCG as far as coding and putting them in the GL and, once again, reconciling the due to, due from, because there's no money that's going to ever exchange for those because we're the ones paying for it. But there's going to be some back-end accounting work to get that done. So we can do that as well if that's the board's position based on our previous discussions with the capital and all those things.
Yeah.
Okay, assuming that that is an expense,
Correct.
how much of the deficit is then on golf?
So
You're talking 32,000 plus, you're going to take away another 300,000?
Yeah.
So we're losing 300,000 on golf.
You'd have to total the two.
Yeah.
Let me do some.
Yeah, you're right.
It's going to be pretty close, yeah. I would say
Pretty close.
it's going to be 50-50, correct.
But is that included in the 602?
Yes. It's just not broken down in the
So
report.
it's an equal
loss, correct.
between golf
Consistent
and
shift.
Correct.
food and beverage.
Because of the 337,000 in capital, 280 of it is equipment, golf cart lease, golf course improvements. Only 40,000 is restaurant clubhouse updates. So that puts you at 320 loss. So yeah, it's about 50-50.
And the bottom line, and Tony's saying it more politically correct than I would, but essentially, if we were to, as a district, sell the golf courses, a new operator could come in here and make a profit. I'm not necessarily worried about making a profit because I understand the philosophy that the golf and the restaurant are here as an amenity. I would just like them to break even. And we can't break even as long as we are essentially subsidizing the membership. I understand the philosophy that going up 6% is hard, but on the other hand, if we had a private operator, he wouldn't be as concerned with 6% or 10%. He's concerned with the bottom line. And when the bottom line is we're losing money, and we need to at least get to break even, we've got to find a way to do that. And the largest source of revenue is the membership, which is priced below market. So
tell me, where does it stop?
Well, it stops when we break even. So if we
You're
need
going to continue to raise the membership every year and try and get to break even that way?
That may be a part of it. We can certainly look at where we're going to cut expenses, but you keep wanting more improvement on the golf course as well. And again, you need to have the golf course to be at a facility level that will support the membership price. But you can't continue subsidizing the membership to pay below market rate and losing money, because we're subsidizing it with the money from everybody in the community, not just those that play golf.
It's not uncommon in our world, in the golf industry world, where a club that is either private or substantially private or even a majority private, let's call it, in other words, has a significant membership component, that membership dues are not raised every year. They are. That's just that's not saying that doesn't happen in some cases, but it's more regular. It's more regular than it is not regular. And those typical dues increases on an annualized basis are usually 3 to 5% every year. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you a for instance, and what's out there in the community. Now, again, it's a choice, right? If you don't want to do that, what can we change about the way we operate that could help bring additional revenue in? And those are other options, right? Such as opening up the restaurant to more functions, which could limit some of the membership access. Other things like golf outings, which could, again, limit some access at certain times, if we were to go do something like that. There's the discount that we provide members on food and beverage right now that could be changed. So going from shotguns to tee times and things like that allows you to have more inventory of tee times to sell to the public. Those are all options that you could do that could help reduce the deficit on an annual basis. This is one option, and we're not even saying this is the only option that we should go to. I think Mike's got some other things he wants to talk about, but at the end of the day, something has to change because the cost to operate is more and more every year.
Let me just tell you this one thing, and I was going to get into this one number, but I'll get into it now. The budget that you have given us calls for the golf course to make $32,000 this year.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, in this coming year. We're coming out of a year with a pandemic, and we're estimating we're going to make $99,000. And the year before, when we had the restaurant closed for 3 or 4 months, we made $133,000. Tell me, how do I justify that? And that's with giving a 6% increase. How do I justify losing more money than I did this year when we had a pandemic and all the crap that you told us about? How do you justify it?
Sure. When you're looking at that 32,000, I mean, there's obviously some things that we've added to the budget that have gotten to that number that we can address on a one-on-one
This is the bottom
line.
line that you've given us. I just want you to know. I just have a question. How do you justify that?
Sure.
To yourself?
It's not about justifying it. It's about weighing the options of what we want and what we want to accept and how we want to operate on a day-to-day basis. Now, in our discussions, we've had a few things that we've wanted to add to the budget. So we've added a few more expenditures to the budget, okay? So that's why that proposed budget is where it's at. So when we get to those line items, if we want to see those numbers change, then we need to make some decisions on things that we want to do differently.
Such as?
Overseed.
50,000.
Of course, that's the easy one.
Yeah.
50,000, right? Okay, that's overseeding.
Overseeding is, we're looking at about $55,000 in overseeding. Now, bear in mind, there's a slight decrease in membership, even with the 6% increase. We've also moved, well, that's not on that line item, that's on the bottom, but there's a few of those items in there, and I know we've added some more fungicides and herbicides to the budget as well. So if we would like to adjust that, if we want to take out overseed or fungicides or herbicides or pre-emergence, obviously that's going to change the product that we're selling. But if you want to change these numbers, then we need to make a decision on how we want to do that.
You see how this sounds? You said the overseas 55,000. You want to raise the membership 90. And then if I say, no, we don't want to raise it 90, you say the overseed comes out. I mean...
Well, so that comes down to trying to set up a golf course that reconciles basically with what you're charging as a member. Again, back to the business perspective. We're going to spend a certain amount of money every year on the golf course to keep the golf course to a certain level. We have to keep the golf course to a certain level in order to attract a member or to satisfy the members that we have. So that balance is something that we work with, year in and year out. I don't believe this is an expense issue, personally. After looking at it for so many years, I think it's more of a revenue issue and the restrictions that we have on producing revenue.
Such as?
And those are the things that I've mentioned, which are being restricted on when we can do outside functions, event functions in the restaurant, which again which could limit member access.
How are you restricted? I don't quite understand that one.
Well,
what is the restriction?
You know the specific numbers, but I know we've had this conversation multiple times.
What are we talking about?
We've obviously had the discussion of closing the restaurant in season, and it's been the board's direction over the past few years to reduce the amount of times we close the restaurant.
We gave you a $400,000 expansion on seating, and you guys said, well, we can have events on on the, help me here, what side is it? The banquet side.
Yeah.
But you could get over 200 people in there, and we wouldn't have to be even bothered on the golf side. So, to me, you have no excuse.
We just seem to overdo what, I voted for the kitchen, and I'm still glad we did it, but it's just not being ran the way I think it should. I mean, right away, as soon as we opened it, we closed the whole damn place down because somebody had rented it when that wasn't even there. You have to be creative. You can't block out our members and then charge them 6% more, and then now you want to close it more. You can't have both.
Well, I believe
if somebody rented that place 2 weeks after we opened that thing, you closed down the whole club for something that wasn't even there when you booked it.
But that's a decision. That's the point we're trying to make here.
Well, it's
so when
still about money.
It is about money, and that's exactly what we're talking about here. So if you lose a day of member access for a $25,000 event, that's a decision you have to make.
Tony, that wasn't there. The Lanai part of that wasn't even there when they rented it. It should have never been rented out. That should have been left for maybe another thing, another outing, or it just got to be.
Well, the give and take, here is, what are you guys willing to live with respect to us being able to sell events? And
Tony, you got unlimited events in that banquet room. You got 365 days. You can have an event every day. You got 200 people in there. Right? Is anybody against that?
Well, I'm certainly not against it, but I've certainly heard the board.
That's why we expanded the other side, so you could have the banquet room and do whatever you want with it.
Right. So, obviously, that room will hold up to 150 people.
Right.
But I will say this: last year we hosted the Highlands New Sun Awards, which was probably pushing 260 to 300 people. That's a very large event, very profitable event. We did not host that event this year. That event went to another venue.
Right.
So if we want to try to attack that business and bring it back, we can't fit them in that. We can't fit them in that room.
Mike, you can come to us and say you need it 3 times a year. You think we're going to turn you down?
We have.
I'm sorry.
We have.
Yeah, that's been done. Yes.
You come to us and we turned you down on an event. That is such a crock.
No.
I can't believe you.
Okay, well, let me give you another example. How about
I've been here 3 years and we've never turned you down once.
What about
I've been here a year and a half, and I've heard us turn him down.
Exactly, and we've also turned down. Mr. Brooks, we've also turned down golf events, golf outings, specifically the one that from what is it? The South American
PGA Latino Tour.
Yeah, the Latino Tour, which was a $50,000. I think it was $50,000.
And the Canadian.
So again, but we're not. I'm trying not to belabor that. Those are decisions, is all we're saying. That if the decision is to not do those things, or to not give us the ability to do those, to sell those events, then there has to be some give somewhere else, because these are big chunks. Banquets, an average wedding here is probably, I don't know the number here, but I'd say it's probably maybe 7,000. Somewhere in that ballpark, anywhere up to 15 or 20,000 more, and golf outings that are a $50,000 event. Those are kind of hard to come by, and they mean a lot to the revenue numbers. So when you're talking about what's 6% going to do, what's 10,000 going to do, when you just throw in 50,000 for a golf event and another, whatever limitations there may be on banquets or events, you can get to some big numbers pretty quickly. You couple that with the ability to have more public play, the ability to have more tee times available, from switching from shotguns to tee times.
You know what?
Those kinds of things.
Let me just, if I may. Everything you're saying should be considered by the board.
Right.
But we have already challenged Mike to come to the board and say, this is what I need to make it work. Give us something in writing so we can look at it and make a decision on it. And you know what we've gotten so far? Obviously, not much, because we're talking about it. Well, we're willing to listen to what you guys need to make the numbers, but you got to put it down and let us know.
Sure.
Not just
Can
come
you
here and talk
develop a
about
plan
it.
that takes care of the $600,000?
Oh, yeah.
With the 6% increase?
We can develop a plan that would attack that 600, attack the deficit. Actually, we've done this before, by the way, in years past, because I know I've done it myself. So, yes, we can.
And what it would take for us to do that.
We can put a budget together that will attack the deficit 100%. And it will be and those will be some very tough decisions, I think, for the board to make, to do those things, to do that. But yes, we can.
With the Latino tour, we replaced the one tournament with another. So there wasn't a loss there. And I don't know how much Billy Casper was involved, but at least some of the staff was, because we had a supervisor that went behind, and I was a supervisor at that time, knew nothing that was going on, and they tried to get both of them back. So me as a supervisor didn't lose $20 or $30 or $40,000. The people involved trying to get that back, when we replaced one with another, it's their responsibility. I don't want to, you can't even say that, because we replaced the Latino tour with the Canadian tour for more money. And then somehow, and Billy Casper was involved in it, went behind the supervisor's back and tried to get 2 or nothing. And we ended up with nothing because it was done behind our backs. Right. So these are decisions, and I'm not blaming you or anybody else, but you can't say we lost $50,000 because there wasn't 50 to lose. It's just the way some of the things are done here that it can't be justified. When you say we lost $50,000, we didn't lose 50. Somebody did.
Well, we didn't have the tournament, and we wanted to have the tournament, and we didn't have the tournament. So, and we had it in years past. So how it got there, I would not say that it had anything to do with Billy Casper Golf, because we certainly have booked the tournament prior. And if we could get 2 tournaments, why not? Is the point here that we're trying to make? And
because it ruined the golf course in January.
Again,
we replaced it with one in January.
Yep.
Now you're telling me you want to have 6 of those things?
What I'm saying, Mr. Gilpin, is that those are things to consider when you're talking about the overall deficit. So that's why we're here. We're suggesting different things that could have an impact on the overall funding that for the golf course. There's give and take, and that's why we're here. That's what we're here to talk about.
Well, I personally would like to see what it is they think they can do to eliminate $600,000 worth of excess cost.
And I think that's why we asked to have the meeting with them and have people come in, because.
Well, but let's see what it is.
Because we need.
Agree or disagree with what's on there.
We have a lot of costs and
I think if you ask
salaries and stuff like that. Did you ever look at what it costs us to run this?
I am. I'm looking at it. I know.
That's where one of the big problems is.
I'm not arguing, but
I don't think you
Are
can
you
ask
thinking
them
you can
there.
do it with less labor?
600,000.
So, so when we look at that, when you're talking about, again, the 600,000 number, I think it's, again, it's a little bit of a shell game. You're going to have capital, in my mind, that you can add it in or you can pull it out. That's again is a decision that
again, Tony, in our case, the majority of that capital is really operating. It's the leases for the equipment and the golf course, and it's not something we can pull out and still operate.
So if we were to go back and we were to put a budget and pro forma together based on the capital leases being essentially factored into operations deficit, which we can do. I can give you some highlights. Sure, you're going to see things go up, and you know that. But that's the question of whether or not you want us to go down that road.
I don't want to see a budget where you take 600,000 out, because we're going to have nothing. We're going to have no golf course. You guys got to be kidding me.
He's not talking about taking 600,000 out of
Right.
expense. He's talking about showing you how we can generate more revenue, but
Right.
with an impact to our membership.
Right.
Well, we need to cut the other two.
You mean what we asked for?
There may be some places where we can help on the expense side as well. Again, I think what we would be, one of you made a comment about if we had I think it was Mr. Hotelling, about how would an independent operator look at this, and I can tell you because I've been an independent operator, but we're obviously way under market when it comes to membership dues and so forth, and we have a great product. We could be charging a lot more. We could be doing a lot more public play. But that is going to have an impact on the member experience, and that's the give and take. So yes, we would, that's where we're going to look at it, and we're going to want to have more outings, we're going to want to have more events, banquets, and so forth. And it's a question of whether or not you want to give up a little bit on the member experience.
We said, correct me, Mike, if I'm wrong, we said you can have outings, just you can't have both courses at the same time.
Yeah.
You can only have one course. Isn't that what we said? Mike, didn't we say that? We said that. We said
And
you
we
could
let
have.
them do it.
We said you could have the banquet facility anytime you want, and if you need to have the whole thing, come to us and tell us, and we'll decide. I mean, you guys are asking for the same thing that we've already said yes to. So I'm a little confused. We told you can do it.
Okay.
Now you're coming to us and saying,
But if I'm hearing you, but I'm also hearing that we had the Latin American PGA that used only one course, so we had the other course available, and we
right,
didn't want it.
the board made a decision 3 years ago that they didn't want it.
Okay, but you just said they can have as many outings as they want as long as they only use one course and keep the other course available, except...
That's not an outing. That's a whole week.
It's a
PGA
previous
Tour is a whole
board.
week.
It was a previous board that made the decision.
So you would accept the Latin PGA coming back?
I would, yeah. And I never did away with one.
Can I just
wasn't on the
interject
board at the time.
really quick here to put the whole PGA thing to rest? And I wasn't here on property. I don't know what the board said or didn't say. I can tell you because I know people on the PGA wanted to have both tournaments,
right.
not one. And
right.
so they signed a long-term deal. Recently, they went 1 year to another local course that happens to actually be a Billy Casper course, but it was only an 18-hole facility. They recently signed a multi-year deal with Howie in the Hills, which is a 36-hole facility. Some of that was based on the fact that they have hotels and condos and things on property where they could house caddies and players and all that kind of stuff. So it wasn't, there were several different factors, but the biggest factor was they didn't want to have only the Latin Tour or only the Canadian Tour. They wanted both tours together, and that's what they have done.
That is correct.
It was
Yeah, but
irrelevant.
not at the time when we did it. They accepted it and said they would replace one with the other.
But then they made a
But
choice
then they
to
came
leave.
back and said, with the help of a supervisor or two or some other people that said, we want both or nothing. That is correct. That is what happened.
It's 3 years ago. Who cares?
That's water over the dam.
I mean, I'm not going to argue whether who was right.
It's just an
I'm not
example.
either,
It was
but
just an example.
We didn't get rid of them. They chose not to come here.
My point to you is I think you guys have a lot more flexibility than you're acting like you do, and I don't understand. So you got blessings from us. I don't hear anybody saying you can't use the banquet room.
Yeah, what we're saying is we hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But in practice, that hasn't been exactly what's happened.
Well, then I give up.
Yeah. So
I
I mean,
don't know what else I can do.
Tony, I was in favor of building the lanai so we wouldn't have to close stuff down. That we still have conceptually the same product, but you don't close the lanai down. And that's what I said. The first 2 weeks after we opened, we closed the lanai down. That had been something that, I mean, that's what I'm not against that, but I don't want to shut the whole place down. I was in favor of building that lanai the way it was to accommodate our members. Now you want to rent the whole thing out all the time.
Well, let me look at this one other way. What is an acceptable bottom line to the board? Is it a break even is the only thing acceptable? Is a $250,000 loss or funding that needs to come, or is it something different from that? That will help us produce a budget that is acceptable to you. So that we don't go through a lot of back and forth here about what we can do to increase the bottom line and have these discussions about losses of, member amenities and things like that, or member access. I mean, how about giving us a little bit of direction on what is acceptable to you?
Well, personally, I think I would like to see the break even, but I also want to see the impact what impact that has on the membership if we were to do that. Mm-hmm. And there may be certain things that we would say, okay, we can accept 50% of that, which would take us down to a $100,000 loss. But right now, the picture is so vague that I have no idea how many times do you want to have the place closed to the membership? How many other outings do we have to have in order to get there? Without having that in front of me to decide to make an informed decision, I don't know how bad it's going to be to the membership. I can sell it being closed versus going into the the reserves $600,000. I know that. I don't think there'd be anybody arguing with you. Now, you're going to have the habitual people no matter what you do. But I want to see how you can help us increase that revenue and what impact that has on the membership. That's me.
We can.
That's just me, Tony.
I would like to see us get to a break even. It'd be great to make a profit, but a break even would make me happy. And, I know we're not maybe going to get there in 1 year, but I would like to see a plan that's going to get us to break even in 3 years.
Yeah. So what we can do, and I don't know when the next workshop is. I don't know the schedule, so Tanya, I don't know when that is, when we need to be back, but we can come back with a different look at this from the perspective of how do we eventually get to a break-even situation, if that's a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year thing, and represent those assumptions, and we can see where that takes us.
Maybe I'll be on vacation.
And as part of the break even, you want to include the golf cart lease and the John Deere lease as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, break even in our lifetime ain't going to happen. It isn't. I mean, why are you kidding
If we
yourself?
don't ever try.
It can happen.
Huh?
If the board sold the golf courses, the board would be at break even. Golf courses and the rest.
That would be the end of Sun and Lake.
Well, it could be the end of Sun and Lake, or it could be just a different way of looking at it. But the bottom line is, we are a government agency that is running these for the good of the community, but we're running them at a deficit that we can't afford right now, and we have to find a way to solve that problem.
I understand that, but we have to be realistic. You can't go from a deficit of $600,000 and expect in 2 or 3 years to break even. It just ain't going to happen. It's not going to, and maintain the golf course, it can't happen.
Well, let us work on that. And see what we can, how close we can get. It's been a while since we actually looked at an option like that. And I think we have some things that we could look. There are situations, I'll say this, and I'm not saying this necessarily about Sun and Lake, but there are situations that we've walked into where we've had between $500,000 and $1 million turnaround in a year. In a year. It's a different way of looking at things, and it can happen. Now, again, I want to look more closely at what we've got here to see how close we can get based on certain assumptions, and then you guys take a look at that and see if that's something that you want to do, and if it isn't, it isn't. We'll just, we'll back off. But that's what we're here for, is to give you options. Okay? I'm not trying to get behind one option versus another option. I'm just trying to give you options so you can decide which way you'd like to go. Is that fair?
Yeah, but look at everything, cost of, we have a lot of cost.
Yeah.
To run Sun and Lake the way it's run right now by Billy Casper is very, very expensive.
Okay, but if you look at page 17, which is the summary on the budget, the proposed budget for 2021 is less than the amended budget for 1920.
What's that have to do with profit and loss?
It has to do with...
We're still probably going to lose. We still subsidize.
Yeah, we are going to lose. And the estimate is probably a little less than that because we've been closed. Not closed, but we've been...
Well, when we were open, Neil, we're losing money.
Yeah.
Okay,
but the bottom line is, unless you want to decrease the experience, you're not going to be able to cut costs a whole lot, and this year it doesn't have a big increase in cost for the operation.
Well, I thought I saw a 17% increase for wages in here for next year.
Well, that's because we had staff that we weren't paying. So if you look at I'm just saying, look at the bottom line.
I am.
We're kind of in line with last year's expenses, so there's only so much you can cut in the expense area. We're really dealing with a revenue issue.
I wanted to make this point too, and maybe this will help BCG and the district, is once again, this is a golf course community. The entire $600,000 doesn't hit reserves. Right now, with what we have, only the capital is what's affecting reserves. So if we cut that $600,000 and $300,000, we'd be at a balanced budget. Yeah. Taking into consideration general fund, utility fund, operation as a whole. So I don't know if that's a better, trying to tackle the whole $600,000. It's not.
Would you say that one more time for me, please?
So of the $600,000, that's only a golf fund operation picture. When you take the picture of utility makes money, general fund breaks even, we're only going into reserves about $300,000 is what we've projected on our 5-year capital. So if we can knock out that $300,000, community-wide, we'd still be subsidizing $300,000, but once again, we subsidize the pool, we subsidize all our amenities, so I think that's a better viewpoint and easier to accommodate when we're affecting memberships and outside play and just taking everything into concept. I don't think $600,000 is the number that we need to tackle off the bat.
That's correct. Not all of that goes into reserves. And think about this. A lot of your municipalities use their enterprise operations, which is utility and stormwater, to fund their general fund operations or other amenities. So that's what he's trying to say, is that we won't dip into reserves that full $600,000. We'll have to balance it out somehow between general and utility.
Correct. Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That makes
all
the difference.
So I think getting the picture of the community is going to subsidize the course in some fashion and the restaurant. It's an amenity. So I think if we look at it from that perspective, there's a $300,000 gap that we need to try and minimize as much as possible through other means.
Which is kind of the point I didn't make very well earlier, which is looking at this as a standalone business versus an amenity to the community. And I took for granted that you were looking at it the same way I was, which is that you are naturally going to subsidize that to some degree as an amenity of the community. If you looked at it strictly from a standalone business, that's a different situation. So.
Well, how about if you cut it this way? We're about $300,000 short, correct, for the total year. I'm close.
For this year?
Yeah, if you put all the budgets together, with $300,000 short from what everybody's asking for.
No, for 2021, actually, we are just about like $100,000 deficit.
How much?
100,000 deficit.
And we increased the revenues by 150,000?
For the utility fund?
Yeah, with the sewer thing?
So once again.
So we're $250,000 from really balancing the budget.
Correct, and that's why I said that if we cut the.
That might be a
all
good,
subsidy in
maybe
half-
that's a good, I'd love to have a balanced budget for 1 year before I get off the board. So maybe that's it. If you guys can figure out a way through whatever to give us 250,000, we'd probably be balanced.
We'll come back with that.
Is that okay with you guys? I mean, it's just give them maybe not with Cliff, but.
No, we just need to take a look at everything.
Yeah. Well, I think when the next sort of kick at the can in this, it would probably be beneficial if we actually went down every single one of the assumptions that we were making with regard to that plan. So you could say, or no, right? And then we can and actually quantify what that decision would be in dollars. Okay, so you would know, okay, well that's 50 we can't count on, or that's 100 we can count on, and what have you. We can go to that level, which might be beneficial.
We're supposed to have something set up, aren't we, for soon to meet with Billy Casper?
Should we break for lunch? Or you were talking about a workshop?
He's talking about workshop.
Workshop. I think we said that at the last meeting, but it must not have been scheduled yet.
It's not scheduled.
We'll probably schedule it in October.
After the budget's over. We still, I know we're going to break for lunch, but I still want to go through these sheets. Through the sheets.
After lunch?
After lunch, yeah.
Okay.
Cliff, what did you want? What? Did you want to say something before we have lunch? Well, that way we can let these guys go and.
Okay, so I see another hand go up over there too, so let's have a little public comment before we.
That has the comparative membership rates.
Oh, you want to see that? It's page 9, Chrissy. There it is.
Everybody has a copy of that again, huh?
One more.
Were you looking for the proposed membership rates or the comparative?
Yeah. Yeah. The comparison.
There, you just went
That's
back.
public. Yep. No.
What did you want? Which
Right
sheet?
there. That's the one.
Can you enlarge that a little bit?
Oh, that sheet?
Okay. Looking at this, who do you think is the price leader?
What do you mean?
Who's the price leader amongst these?
Well, Highlands Ridge is the most expensive. Is that what you're asking?
Do you think they're the price leader?
I don't know what you mean by price leader. Most expensive?
Somebody leads the pricing in any category of business.
I guess you mean the most expensive, right?
No. Who's leading the pricing? Let me give you an example. I attended a pricing seminar one time, and the guy that was running the seminar asked this person in the audience if they would talk about a little bit about the last time the prices changed, or who the price leader was in that person's category of business. And this chief said, "Well, we are." He said, "Well, give me an example of something that happened with regard to pricing recently." He says, "Well, we increased the price 10%, but our competitor," and he said, "Well, what happened?" And he says, "Well, our competitor only increased the price 5%. So then he said, "What did you do?" He says, "Well, we brought our price back down 5%. And he asked the question again, "Well, then who's the price leader?"
Oh, who sets the tone, you mean?
Pardon?
Who sets the... Yeah, I understand what you're saying now.
We're the price leader.
We'd like to think so.
Highlands Ridge and Spring Lake are both independent entities. Those prices they're standalone businesses. They have to have, and they're still struggling. And my point is, I would bet you if we were to raise our price 10%, the next thing would happen is they'd probably raise their price to 10% because we're the price leader. We're the people holding the price down.
I don't disagree with that. But you got to take it easy on everybody, too. You can't just go 6% one year, 1% the next year, 5%. You got to, I mean, to Mike's point, we'd be better off if we said we agreed 3.5% every year. That's the cap. Well, we agreed 2% every year. That's whatever the number might be. We're going like this, and it's just pissing everybody off when we do it.
Yeah. Well, if Cecile were here and I were to say this, I'd be singing soprano tomorrow morning. But I don't understand why you pay $4,300 a year and I'm paying $27.
I'm a nice guy.
Pardon?
I'm a nice guy.
Something to think about. Now, I don't think if you raise my price up to 43, that's going to come anywhere close to solving your problem because there are not enough people like me. But those are the kinds of things you can think about with regard to how we price this place.
I don't disagree with you.
Now, the only other thing I would say is that I believe our fundamental problem comes right back to what you said a minute ago, but you were only talking about with regard to the golfing operation. But the fundamental problem of Thunder Lake is we're not growing our revenue anywhere near fast enough. And until you address that issue in a really serious manner, I don't think you cannot save yourself from prosperity. We have got to grow our top line.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay. Bill, you had something?
I don't disagree with you. I agree with you.
Bill Norcross, resident. We've heard some figures from this gentleman here, and I tell you what, he's looking at it as a business perspective, and I look at it as a community. And the community responsibility is to maintain the golf course because these golf courses, because we are here because of the golf course. I've brought at least 5 people down here. I've had several other inquiries I'm trying to get down here. They're leaving from Massachusetts or Maine or whatever. And I tell you what, if you let the cat out of the bag here saying we're going to have a 6% raise, that's $300 on $5,000, that's $300 a year. All right? Now, if you lose one member, which you'll probably lose me, because I'm not going to pay outrageous amount. We've had raises and raises and raises. We've had expenditures here, which is warranted. I understand that, but we've had a $1.4 million maintenance, $1.2 million kitchen. That's bottom line. District roofs, Phantasma project that's going on. Who knows how much that's going to cost? We've had a retaining pond for $190,000. Okay, fine. That's for the residents. That's for everybody. This golf course is, and it was established as a golf community. Anybody wants to change that name is wrong. If you lost one person, that's 106 people who would have to come in the pro shop. Okay? You lost 10, over 1,000 people would have to come in that pro shop. How many do you have a day? Paid. A few. Okay, fine. You're not going to have 1,000 people. And I tell you what, I would say considerably, if you went up $300 in a membership, you're going to lose at least 10 members. At least. And you know, the business perspective, I understand that. I understand we're trying to break even here. We have a kitchen here, I don't know, what do you want to call it? A good functional kitchen? Or is it a white elephant? I think Greg can understand that. So what you have to do, I tell you what, encourage people to get down there. The marketing program isn't working. I can see that. Because how many people are attached? Nobody. So it's so upsetting to me that, I'm a retired person. We had 7 people in here that weren't retired at one time. You're paid, he's paid. These guys are paid minimum amount. These guys are paid too. Okay, fine, that's business, that's the operation. But I tell you what, when you put everything on the members and then reduce, you want to increase outside play, that means playtime will be going down. We're going to a number system like they have in huge courses, which can only play 1 or 2 times a week and all this other BS. But I tell you what, this is not, you want to consider a working man's area, but it is a retired area. This is not Pebble Beach. This is like $5,000 right now to play by year. I think it's middle of the road. And you keep on going up, it's going to be less people here. Then you're going to have to depend upon outside play. Your membership is your basic. It used to be about 60% when I was running a golf course. It used to be about 60% and 40% outside play. Now, if you have a bad summer, pandemic, you have a problem, people don't come from the outside, all right, you lose 40%, but you've got that 60% of members that are paid already. It's prepaid. And if you don't understand that business logic, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know. This is doomed to fail. Thank you.
Okay, we'll break for lunch.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Okay, bye.
You ready?
Should be page 18 in that book.
I think there was some adjustments.
Neil had to leave to take his wife somewhere. So, you want to start back with Billy Casper?
Please.
Ray, if you want
Sit over here?
You want to sit over here?
Do I hear better?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
I have to bring my cookies in.
Yep.
All right, I think we have a few more things that I think you guys still want to discuss. I'm on page 10 now, unless you want to resume the talks on page 9 with proposed membership rates, but I think with that discussion, I think we were going to move on and put together a simulation budget, and then we'll go from there. So I'm on page 10.
Okay.
Now you can see everything in yellow was a proposed change. Now, if you look at the hotel rates, we didn't really change the rack rate except for in May through September. You can see we went up $1. We went up a few dollars on our replay rates. That was obviously a spot that we found. We can drive right there. Same thing with our off the street rates. We feel our replay rates are a little too low, and trying to capture some more revenue there.
On this page, Mike?
Page 10, Ray.
Yep.
He's on page 10.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying on this page, what I'd like to talk amongst us, the banquet rates, we raised them dramatically last year. And I'm thinking that we need the business, but we probably should try to entice people consider lowering the prices to entice people to come and have an event. If if it's $1,500 or $2,000 for a Sun Lake resident, $2,000 and nobody shows, it's zero. If we make it more reasonable, maybe we would entice more business to come to us. I don't know how you guys feel about that. We raised them pretty substantially. We went, just to pick one out, we went from the $600 stayed the same. The second line we went from $450 to $500. The third line we went from $1,200 to $2,500. The next line we went from $750 to $2,000. The next to last line we went from $1,000 to $1,500, and the last line we went from $500 to $1,000. I'm not saying it deterred business, but I'm saying if we make it more reasonable, maybe we'll attract more business. I don't know how you guys
Did we have people turning it down because of the cost of the facility?
A lot of our business is kind of returning business. I'm sure we did. I'm sure we may have lost some events due to that.
But we don't have a number on that?
I don't have a number of that, especially, right off the top of my head, lost because of the cost of the rental. I do know, when we're looking at these rental fees, I just want to let everybody know this is a bottom line, revenue generator, which means if I get $500 for rental, it goes straight to the bottom line. There's no cost of goods associated with that. Now, with that being said, Ray, I don't think we need to actually lower these. I think we could use it, if the board let us have leeway, we could do specials. We could offer discounts off of these rates that would show a value to that. If the board is comfortable with us being flexible and using rental rates as a bargaining chip.
I just think
I think
these
that
prices are a little high.
Yeah.
If you lowered them and made it more reasonable, maybe more people will come.
So I'm not sure you have it available. What are the charges for this building here? I don't have that rate sheet with me. For the community center, do we know what the community center rental rates are? Are they similar to these here?
I don't think it's like 200. When the rates were lower, did we get more people using it?
Well, I can tell you the banquet sales are terrible.
Banquet sales have receded, obviously for a couple reasons. I hate to keep bringing up last October, but we were not able to sell any banquets last October because we were closed. Which, to be honest with you, last fall altogether was slow because the fact that we were running a renovation all summer. When somebody was, coming in to book a wedding and they see that your building's all tore up, they didn't really have great feelings about, and they want to have an October wedding.
Mike, it's okay to say we're going to increase the banquet sales.
So,
that's what it is.
Well, that's what we do. So that's definitely an avenue where we need to go. And with these rates, if you guys are comfortable, I don't think we need to actually reduce them. If we had some leeway to show a value, if we went half price, or we did like a half price camp, or just throwing something out there. If you guys are comfortable with that, then we'll market that way.
And these could be maximum rates, is what you're saying, and then use the flexibility through your sales and marketing.
That would be correct. Yeah.
So it'd be just like your golf rates.
But don't. I mean, that's exactly true, though. I mean, and that's what everybody does. That's what most of your hotels do, and so forth. It's a negotiation process, depending on what you want. So if you throw in things like a DJ and a cake and other things, then maybe you give up on a room rental and so forth. That's a negotiation that's normal. I don't know. And I don't know that many places that just have hard and fast prices that they stick to 100%. So.
That's what, if you want to.
So I mean that would be great, and then also
it's fine with me if they negotiate.
Fine, you can negotiate.
Thank you.
As Is that okay with you, Mike?
Yeah, I just don't want them to, somebody that's doing it, to lower that rate, but if it's somebody new,
Does anybody else have any other questions on the golf club rates?
I just have a quick, if, what I'm saying, if I didn't join next year and I played twice a week, for half the year, I'd be paying $45 at the most, right? Am I reading that right?
So you are something like resident, so you would, December through April, your rate is $45.
Okay. See, that's what, I think that's what people will look at as far as memberships. And we have a lot of nice people that play once a week and join. We really do. That we have people that just want to join. And a lot of it is you can't be in the MGA and play in the tournaments if you're not a full member. That helps as far as keeping people in the thing. But I can tell you it's going to be simple. People are going to, once it gets to a point and they play twice a week all year round that live here, is it cheaper for me to not join and just pay the resident rate? That's all I wanted.
And I think that's where that APR sheet speaks the loudest. Obviously with the full, say, just put the full membership in there because it's the highest one. That APR is around, I don't have it right here, but it was like $23. So that's what a full member's paying per round. So if they're looking at either I can spend 23 or 45, they're going to choose 23 every time.
I play 130 rounds a year. My cost is $30 a round. Not your numbers. That's actual, because I track.
Right. So obviously everybody's APRs are a little bit different. Now I know I was speaking to Mr. Austin. He let me know how many rounds of golf he played a year. I'm not going to go into his personal business, but I calculated his APR, and he plays mostly when the rates are the highest, and he was still well below that. He played 4 to 5 days a week, so he had good value there. But yeah, anybody that's going to cost it out, they're obviously, everybody's got a calculator. How many rounds do I play, and how much is it going to cost me? Is it going to save me money? And do the benefits of not being a member outweigh being a member? I think if you look at the 3 and 5 month membership, those folks are paying a lot more than that resident rate per round. But they're obviously doing it for the member benefits. Yep. So, I mean, obviously everybody weighs that out. I know I would. It's only common sense if you're fiscally responsible for your own budget.
And I think that when you're looking at strictly how many times you play golf and how that adds and stacks up against the public's fees, you're not probably being totally fair to in that comparison, because there are things that you're enjoying as a member besides golf that you related to your fee that someone who is not a member doesn't enjoy. Discounts, being part of certain golf groups, things like that. So that also has to be factored in, I think, when you're looking at it.
That's why I think we have a lot of people that do that.
Yeah.
Because we have
you could
play twice a week and are paying a lot per round.
And you're right, and that's not an unusual thing, because there are plenty of people who make the decision that, I'm not looking at this necessarily as an economic decision against what it would be like if I was a non-member. I'm basing this on the fact that I want a certain experience, and so I want to be a part of those other groups. I want that discount maybe on retail or food and beverage and so forth. And so I may play less, but to me it's more valuable because I look at it differently.
Okay. Yeah. Just 2 things, Mike. 2 questions. Maybe we've already done this and I didn't hear it. You're eliminating the 10% food discount? Or you're proposing to eliminate?
I was proposing that we move away from the 10% member discount.
So we have to talk, do we want to talk about that, or what do we want to do?
I'm all for it, because all it did was piss me off when they missed it.
Yeah, it's, I told.
Sorry for my bluntness, but.
I told Mike that it
so hard
was,
for these people to give it the 10%, and I just could never figure that out.
it created more problems.
Yes, it did.
Because, and I can't understand why you can't teach a waitress after one mistake, that you ask if they're a member. But it created, literally created a whole bunch of phone calls for me. Why didn't they, what's wrong with, didn't Mike tell them, or, or didn't Cliff tell them? I said, well, I'm sure he did, but they can't remember.
It was, it was equally a headache for me, so you know.
Ask Joe if he's okay with, ask Joe if he's okay with that, to get rid of it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, where's
You
Joe?
could do that over there. We'll just ask Joe if
Yeah.
he's okay with
Yep.
it.
Joe,
Yeah,
are you okay with eliminating the 10% discount?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I didn't give up the bargain there for no benefit.
So for the wrong reason, but we'll eliminate it anyway. It shouldn't be because they can't deal with it. The
And
other
it's-
question I wanted to ask
so-
you is, what are you doing with the discount card that we get? You know, that, the player's card. You know that thing we get? I got it.
Oh, 10 free.
The member guest discount.
Member guest,
pass.
yes.
Are we doing any, is that still, what's the deal with that?
We didn't propose any changes to it.
I think we should keep it.
Okay, because.
That's my opinion.
So we're gonna keep it?
Yeah, we proposed to keep that, and I know we adjusted the process of that last
Yes,
year,
as long as-
and that went well.
I'm okay with it if you keep it the way you
Right.
changed it.
Yes.
Yeah, right now it says 20-plus tax in the month of October, 30-plus tax November through the end of April, 20-plus tax May to the end of September. Is that okay?
Yeah.
But does
It just ended up not doing it exactly the way we wanted it, but that doesn't have to be too surprising, but the way they switched it, it still works, and somebody can't give them away.
Right, that was it got abused in the past, so
Yeah.
that's why we set the guidelines of the member, basically the member paying for it. But we're gonna, I don't propose any changes to that.
Okay.
And we're still gonna do the player's card?
The Advantage card, is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Advantage.
Yeah, no, that's been that's
Did we raise that price this year?
yes.
Do we know we were raising that price this year?
Did we know we were raising that price this year?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a board discussion or not, but it has. I know it's increased over the past 2 or 3 years every year.
You know I wouldn't ask it unless I knew the answer.
I believe it went from like 69 to 70 something.
Yeah, I think it went up.
I'm positive it did.
Okay, but we're gonna keep it the way it is this year.
Yeah, that program, obviously, it's a loyalty program. I mean, it actually, we use it all over the Billy, with the Billy Casper properties.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a great program all around. I'm just making some notes. So just to be clear, the 10% discount will be in place till October 1st.
But I try to stress to the waitresses that, to ask. I know it's,
I believe me, I feel your pain, and yes, we will.
I mean, everybody.
We will keep.
If they
Well,
don't
now,
know-
obviously now that they're kind of coming back from a break, it's definitely going to be a high topic. The good news is when we're operating at the levels that we are, we have, we have our best people on the floor, so it does help. But yes, I will work as hard as I can to keep that going through September.
Anything else, Rick? Anything else?
No, go to the next page.
I'm just taking a couple notes, guys.
Just as an aside on your cost of food and beverages or food and especially alcohol, I see so much overpouring on drinks, so it's not going to be popular that I brought this up, but they're way overpouring on drinks, on the liquor.
Yeah, I've heard that on a few, from a few people. So I've actually, obviously we have the free pours. So as far as a training measure goes, Frankie's the bar manager. I made it mandatory that he start basically testing their pours, and just to make sure that from bartender to bartender, we're real consistent. So if we're doing an ounce pour or an ounce and a half pour, that everybody's consistent. If that doesn't play out, then, we'll have to go to, using the jiggers to measure their pours.
There's things that you can get that's
Yes,
put on there, and they automatically give you an ounce and a half, and
Right.
that's it.
So there's that option, or the actual measuring option, or something else that we could do. Now, I think the free pour is more efficient as far as speed, but I've definitely already started, we're testing our bartenders to measure their pour. Now, I don't know if that just came from, lack of experience and know what they're doing, or if they just thought they were doing everybody a favor. So
I think they thought they were
either
doing,
way.
I mean, when you got people ordering extra mix ordering extra mix to take back to the
Right.
table with them in order to
No, exactly.
dilute.
Yes.
And I understand there's a lot of them that's how they make their tips, but if you were the owner or I was the owner, we'd be standing there a little more often and getting rid of the ones that are doing it real quick.
Yeah, so we
got to act like it's ours.
Yeah, so we have had some turnover for one reason or another, and that is our responsibility to, keep track of our cost of goods, and, we're definitely going to keep up with that. So.
Isn't that a big money maker? I mean, alcohol.
It is. It's a big moneymaker. It's also, and I hate to say this as well, but it's also a way in which bartenders look to make better tips.
Yeah, well, I just mentioned that.
But if you're,
But if it's my business, I'm making sure that don't go on. And
Yeah.
we seem to, this is everybody's place. We're just let it go on. But
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we look at cost of goods on a monthly basis, and if you suspect that there is a bartender or bartenders that are doing that, there are things we can do from an inventory perspective that would make that reveal it for sure. Not to mention just the standard things like Mike was talking about, or cameras or something along those lines.
Okay.
On page 12, I got this tip. Anyway, food and soft drinks revenue, $975.5, and the beverage alcohol at $350. I mean, I don't need you to comment. I'm just saying, when you come back to us with your budget that you're going to rework, there's got to be some sort of justification on how the hell you're going to get to those numbers. Because just based on, I just don't see it. So when you come back to us, if those numbers are the same, you've got to have a reason to be able to jump that high.
Sure. I mean, you can look back at prior history. Obviously, 18, 19, and 19, 20, those numbers weren't that great. But back in 17, 18, you could see that we were very close to those numbers. And now
18, 19, you're at 810 for food and soft drinks revenue, and you say you're going to 975.
Right. So in 18, 19, we were closed all summer long for renovation. In 1920, we were closed in October, and then we had COVID. So those numbers.
So 17 and 18, you're at 909, and you still say you're going to get to 975.
Correct, and that was pre-renovation. So now that we do have a little extra space, we have, like I told you, from November on, we were, a la carte dining was running pretty good, and we were gaining ground on that. So I don't find those numbers to be very far-fetched. I mean, if we're running 2,000 extra covers in 4 months, the food numbers will go up, but also, the beverages will go up in the same category. So those numbers aren't far-fetched numbers. I don't necessarily think they're easy numbers, but I think they're obtainable numbers.
And Mike,
You don't have a chance in hell of making those numbers. You don't, unless you're going to do something different.
and I'll just go back really quick to page 11. I'm going to be very interested in your salary increase, because after what we've been through, I don't think it's too responsible for the.
So when you're looking at salary increase, which
Well,
number
it's
are you looking at?
17%, I think, payroll and benefits.
So that 17%, Omar, am I correct? If we're looking at that percent change, that's based on the estimated actual? Correct. So the estimated actual is very, very low because, for the COVID reason, obviously we've made a lot of cuts and cutbacks on labor. So that estimated actual coming out for the rest of this year, 1920, is very low.
Well, is there an increase for salaries in your budget for next year? That's what that's what I'm concerned about.
No, we're not doing. There is no known salary increases in play for this year now.
Very good.
I can't say the absolutely no, because somebody for some reason may take on more responsibility or something like that. But there could be a situation. But as of right now, that is not on the game plan.
So
Very good.
Nobody's getting a raise this year?
That is not on the game plan.
Okay, that's what I was concerned about. I mean, this is not the time to be giving raises.
So the only one getting a raise is you guys, when we give you more money for your expenses. Yeah, that was a dick.
But I was going to say, is that a comment or is that a question?
It's a comment. Okay. Do you think that's fair to your employees, not to give them a raise? I mean, I don't know, I'm asking. Is that fair?
Many of us, Mr. Brooks, during this COVID situation have had our salaries cut. That's what's out there right now. The world has changed.
Yeah, I think most of our employees are very happy they had the job that they had because they didn't get cut at here. A few part-timers or that lost their jobs, but we're a pretty good employer, I think.
Yeah, I think, we have to be fiscally responsible here, given the situation, and everybody has to take a little bit of that responsibility. I mean, obviously, the community's taking some because we're not producing what we were going to produce this year, and so we all have to share in that some way, and employees do too, and that's just that's going on around the whole country.
So we can't get a raise for ourselves? 6%. Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, so we were on page 12. Was there any more questions on page 12?
I have a quick, I think earlier, I'm sure you know, but where is the money in this budget that you guys have the discretion to build a trap or take a trap out or change a trap or buy a sign out there and at the big sign, Sun and Lake? I mean, I never can figure out where this is. I don't want to say the word hidden, but where is it? That Billy Casper, they have discretion to spend some money without board approval. And I just want to know where it is so I can watch it.
So I mean, you can speak to it if you want to.
Yeah, in the past, anything that we've done, and I got this question when I initially came on property from Mr. Camp a lot at the time because he was the board president, and we initially did some stuff like do some coquina and things that I guess historically had not been done, and he was extremely concerned that first few months that I was here that we were going to come to them like grossly over budget or out of whack on our budget. And anytime that we do something that wasn't necessarily on paper budget-wise within our operating, if I choose to do an extra app somewhere, I have to find that, whether it be labor savings or square footage wise, how we figure something. There have been items in the past. This year, for instance, there was some money allocated specifically for reworking the bank on 14 Turtle, the second half of the fairway. We actually budgeted money for sod and for equipment rental and things like that to accomplish that. Sometimes those are budgeted. Sometimes things pop up out of nowhere, out of a concern, or maybe a cart path is busted or degraded to the point that we have to go in and do something. That if we do something that's not necessarily scheduled, which happens on a property of our size quite frequently, we have to balance that somewhere. Like I don't just say, hey, Mike, I'm going to spend an extra 10 grand and we're going to be 10 grand out of whack. I understand as a manager, if I make the call to do that, I have to find it somewhere else.
Okay, so you, in a sense, rob from Peter to pay Paul.
Well, I don't know if I would say
mean
that,
that you're doing it, but that's
sure.
where you find the money to do. And I'm talking about some of the stuff in the past that was done that we didn't even know.
Sure.
And that's another issue, but I just didn't know if you had where you got the money from, because it was done without us even knowing about it, let alone okaying it. So that's all. That's why I asked. And you spent it wisely. I have no complaints about what you did, but my only complaint ever was not knowing about it.
Sure.
And so.
But is it something that the board should even be involved with? If it's a day-to-day operations, why are we involved?
Well, it's when they change the golf course and they take away a trap or add something, we own the golf course. And they have done some stuff, which I agreed with it all. I thank God I didn't have a problem with it, but, and I think Dan Stiegel said it. Here, if you own the golf course, you can do it. But guess who owns the golf course? Sun and Lake.
No, I understand that.
So, and it's not, I don't want to make a big deal about it. I just wanted to know where this money was that you were doing this stuff with. So, okay.
Just to clarify one point on that, though, there is language in our agreement that specifies that if we exceed a budgeted number by a certain percentage, that we have to seek approval for that. So that's in the agreement. Having said that, what Earl is saying is our fertilizer account may be $1,000 less than whatever the budget is, but we're going to save it in chemicals. So it'll be $1,000, or we're going to spend it in $1,000 more in chemicals. So I think that's the give and take there. But if it's an actual overall increase by a certain percentage, and I wrote the agreement, I can't remember what it is right off the top of my head, but we have to come back to you for that. So.
Yeah, because I had asked a previous supervisor where it came from, and they said, but I just put it in the budget. Every one of the budget items has next to 3, 4, 5%, and that's where I steal it from. So but I thought it was put into a fund.
Well, keep in mind too, when you're doing budgets, we do those budgets a quarter or more ahead of even the first day of the actual budget, and so you're doing those things with your best intentions and your best visibility at that point. In Earl's world, for example, things could change, overnight weather-wise, and he has a different kind of year than what he thought he was going to have, so he has to move expenses around within his budget, and he does that based on his experience and knowledge, and I think that works out fine. So
yeah, and I agree, because when I did it for my company, the only bad thing for me is I had one owner as a boss, and he knew as much about what was going on, so he knew right away if I floated the budget a little higher, he knew. I just wasn't aware of that the first couple of years on the board, that I thought we were dealing with actual figures, but because I had to do that. Because my boss watched me close when I prepared the budget. Okay.
I see you're practicing the same thing.
I tried to.
Micromanaging.
Yeah, I was an employee, I wasn't a,
All right, so I believe we're still on page 12. Did anybody have any other questions moving down page 12? Page 13, this is where we get into kind of the nuts and bolts of the budget that I prepared. I mean, obviously, we have a lot of the revenue to debate still, but you can see where all the revenue numbers were at.
I got just a technical question. Why do we split up the membership revenue here, but not anywhere else? I mean, if I'm like, the singles at 3,600, or why isn't it just 3,600? Why is it split up like that?
So he's referring to dues and cart fees, I'm assuming, right? Dues and cart fees?
I'm sorry?
You're referring to the dues and cart fees?
I'm referring to the first thing. It says, yeah, dues and cart fees trail. Why, I'm paying one price. Why do you split it up?
You know, that's how I've always seen the budget here. I'm not sure how we got to that point. I don't know, Tony.
To just know what we're spending in each category, basically, you make, if it's, I think if I understand your question, why isn't that just shown as a total, membership revenue?
I don't think we see it. Do we see a breakdown? Well, I don't think we see a breakdown. We just pay the total.
Yeah, well, obviously, when somebody made the comment earlier about, having a ton of pages and documents and so forth, so we're typically presenting stuff to you that's in a more of a summary fashion. I mean, there's detail behind a lot of stuff, and that helps us in understanding, what we're generating in different revenue streams, like cart fees.
You allocate about 33% to cart fees.
It depends on the facility. It can be. I mean, depending on the level of frequency of membership play and so forth, it's definitely possible. Not every golf course in the country has the same ridership percentage. For example, there's some golf courses where a lot of people walk instead of ride. There's some golf courses that have different rules with respect to riding versus walking. When you can take a cart, or when you're required to take a cart, when you can walk if you want, things like that. So we track cart fees to understand how much that the golf cart is generating over the course of any specified period that we choose.
So where are the cart fees? So the people who are members, just out of curiosity, where are their cart fees? How come we don't separate that out?
We can. I mean, we have that. I mean, it's cart fees or cart fee. I'm assuming at the point of sale that we're delineating. We certainly have the ability to delineate between a member cart, for example, and a public golf cart and an outing golf cart. It depends on what we have set up at the point of sale, whether we are doing it, and in some facilities we definitely do it to that level of detail. Others lump the cart fee into the actual rate and don't always separate it out. For example, $75 for a round of golf is just $75 for a round of golf. It includes cart fee, it includes driving range, it includes whatever.
Okay.
We just separate it out.
That's fine.
Yep.
You expect green fees to be less than it was in 2018 and 19?
So, yeah, so in 18-19, when we did that, $1,018,000, that was an exceptional year, nonetheless, as far as weather goes. But also our membership was lower back then. So as membership goes up and member rounds go up, it's conceivably that the green fee revenue goes down.
But that 1065, that's not the right number, correct?
That is correct.
The number's like 1098 or something like that?
The 1065 is proposed. The 1081, I believe it may have gone up a little bit since that was in there.
I think the 1080, wasn't it 1083 is what it's supposed to be, and that 1065 got put in?
Right, the 1065, we need to change a little bit, because that number, when I put it in there, didn't transpose over. But that's with the 6%, that's with the 6% increase proposal, so that number's going to change one way or the other, depending on how we want to do it. I'm pretty sure that the 1081 number should be accurate, unless we signed up some new members recently.
I mean, on your rate proposal, it should be 1083, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
What is going to happen that is going to cause food sales on the course to go from 7,000 to 8,500? What?
So that's the Bev cart. So I feel that that's an area of emphasis for me, that we've had some better years in the past on the beverage cart. Now a lot of the beverage cart success actually revolves around non-member play. And I feel that, we're going to have an increase of non-member play, this year over last year. I felt that was an area of emphasis that I feel we can generate, and it's not a crazy amount of revenue generation. Obviously,
no, it isn't. I'm just curious as to what your thought process was.
I feel that's an area that we can generate more revenue.
Mike, what's the change in rounds year over year?
So this year, our estimate, obviously it's with the COVID, is at $865,000. It doesn't have rounds in there. The proposed budget is $1 million. Now, prior year, the 18-19 was $1,018,000, and the year before that was $987,000.
I meant the actual number of rounds.
The number of rounds this year?
Compared, what we're budgeting versus what we're doing this year. I'm trying to find the rounds on here. I couldn't find it. I know you know where it is quicker.
We're down 3,000 rounds to the year.
Right. So we're
budgeting to do more rounds next year.
We are budgeted to do similar rounds next year to as we were doing this year.
Right.
Our rounds were way up before the middle of March.
I guess I'm just trying to get to Mr. Herrick's point here, is that where is it coming from? Obviously, we're going to do more rounds than what we're doing.
Based on when you look at, it looks like 2018-19 was a fantastic year.
Yeah,
it was.
It was.
But yet, so that would indicate that there was a lot of rounds being played during that time.
Correct.
Now, maybe we didn't go back. 28-19, it was 22,318 in total rounds. Well, then, no, that was non-member. So total rounds were what, around 45,000 rounds?
What page are the rounds on?
34, 35, 36, 37.
The rounds are not in this budget. I had it on. Yeah.
Well, that's basically you would see that I would about 59,000 rounds in 2018 and 19. And then this year's rounds are roughly 39, 41, 42, let's say 43, and which would be about 60,000 rounds that you're projecting for this year.
So those, on that page that you're looking at there, that does not include rounds, tournament rounds, twilight rounds, or 9-hole rounds. So we're projected to do about 75,000 rounds this year. We were running pretty hot, which was about 40, and the membership rounds really haven't been affected too much, but we're going to run over 40,000 member rounds this year. So it's about 60% of our rounds this year or better is member rounds. Next year that will change because of the membership will change a little bit, which is there's actually, there's going to be a slight reduction in membership this year as far as actual members that are available to golf every day, and that creates more tee slots for us to sell to the public. So that's why that number is going back up closer to 2018, 2019. Now, it's hard to remember, but 18-19 was possibly the best possible weather you can have in a year in our prime season. We didn't have hardly any rainouts that year. Now, if we have a rainout, it could depending on what day of the week it is, we could lose $5,000, $6,000 in a rainout day. So if you have a rainy weekend, you're losing a big chunk of revenue. So that's why 18-19 was really, really well. It was a banner year for weather for us here in Central Florida.
Takeaways from that would be that the more member rounds we have, the less money, or per round, I should say, that the beverage cart takes in. That's our history, right?
That's a direct correlation.
There's a relationship there.
And you can follow along with that correlation. I mean, obviously, the past few weeks of the update that I send you weekly, if you notice when the outside rounds go up on a week-over-week basis, you'll see the bev cart sales, and I do it per round. You'll see that dollar per round on the bev cart will jump up as there's more outside rounds. So you can see that direct correlation week by week when I send you that report.
And that likely is happening because members are bringing in their own food and beverage, and that's not just indicative of Sun and Lake. That's typical, especially when you have private carts. That happens. It's natural.
The snack shack. What are we going to do with it? Anything?
I've been a part of the snack shack being open while we're running beverage carts. When we pay somebody to sit in the snack shack, they're getting paid minimum wage as opposed to a server. So when we run 2 beverage carts, we can accommodate everybody on both courses very easy in the peak of season. Now, to add an extra person in the snack shack, the labor increase compared to the sales increase does not make sense. Now, if we were to not run a beverage cart and we kept...
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just, of course you can't get it. Well, I don't know. They carry some sandwiches, but you don't serve hot dogs or anything like that.
At one time, we
did.
We were going to open it up on Deer Run and save buying another cart. And somehow that got derailed. I don't know what happened, because I saw the cart in the 5-year plan.
Of course,
Deer
is the only one that can really use access to it anyway.
Right, and we'd have to have a cart on Turtle, but it was to stop buying $16,000 or $18,000 cart.
Instead, we've got a building.
So, because we have a building there that's closed, and
okay, move along.
But that's always been Billy Casper's call for me anyway. I ask questions, but Cliff did it because he thought it was a member benefit to have a cart out there. Not necessarily make money, because it certainly wasn't.
Yeah, and it usually is not it's more of an amenity to the golfers in the course, revenue generator, but.
But the first time you don't run it, you hear about it.
Right. But it also could make somebody's decision whether they want to play Sun and Lake or play somewhere else.
I agree.
We do have some facilities out there where, obviously, in a beverage cart, you can't get you can't get a hamburger, you can't get a hot sandwich, and so we have facilities where we have a beverage cart and turn stand, and both can work. I think I agree with Mike that in a situation like this one, I could understand where it probably would struggle.
Yeah, well, for one thing, it only serves one, in my opinion, it only serves one course. That's deer. I mean, that's the only time you do a turn.
And maybe the driving range, if somebody were wanted to use it,
True.
Yeah.
It was really just to save a cart. We need one on Turtle.
Yes.
Is there any more questions on page 13? So page 14, cost of sales are based off percentages, just historical percentages. The operating labor, you can see there's not a crazy increase anywhere in here. The biggest one would be on the maintenance side. But what I want you to remember on the maintenance, we will not be using the outside services as labor. So there is a slight increase there. Everything else is fairly close, and payroll costs are obviously percentages that go along with that. Any operational expenses that you have questions on? Page 14's got golf operation expenses. Is there anything in there that you have any questions on? Okay. Page 15 is G&A expenses.
Handicap, that costs us that much to...
So there was so if you go back to, on the golf operations, under the handicap, yes, that is correct. So you can see as our membership goes up, it's the very bottom line on page 14 is our handicap dues. That's what we pay to the Florida State Golf Association for use of the handicap system. So you can see as our membership increases, obviously that does too. Now, non-members have to pay for that service, but it is included in the membership, so that is one more thing that's included in the membership. And we had contacted FSGA, and that rate is actually increasing this year. So that's why the budget is maintaining the same, even with a slight drop in membership.
By the way, there are other ways to keep handicaps besides using the Florida State Golf Association. The main reason for keeping them is if you're either participating in a FSGA sponsored event, or you were a guest of a member at another club, maybe playing in a member guest, and they required you to have an FSGA handicap. But there's software out there now that keeps handicap at no cost.
Yep.
It's just not certified by the FSGA or GIN.
Page 15, the G&A expenses. Was there any questions going down through there? There wasn't anything too crazy.
So since your wages went down, are we expecting a 10% decrease in the $120,000?
Say that again.
I heard it. He heard me.
Okay.
Joe, can you hear okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, page 16, golf course maintenance expenses. Was there any questions on there? I think in our one-on-ones, we explained why some of those increased.
That 32,000 and 19.4 are not the correct numbers, correct?
Yes, that is correct. In equipment maintenance and repair, that $32,000 is going to be $24,000.
24?
Yep.
What's
Correct. That's correct, right, Earl? 24? Yeah, 24.
And the irrigation
And there's irrigation, no, that's the same.
is 14.
What's the new number?
14.4.
So the line right below that, irrigation, is going to be 14.4.
With the 32s going to 28,
24,
24,
and then 14.4.
and then
I assume that, fourth line down on food and beverage expense, that 23,000, is that where you put what was in the capital?
Yes, so that includes a 10,000 increase for our capital expenditures.
Okay.
You know, one thing looking at this budget that we're giving to you, and I think Omar maybe needs to comment on this. We present a budget in a slightly different template than what you actually see in these board meetings. And for example, I think, and Omar, you correct me if I'm wrong here, but your utilities and so forth, I believe he takes a percentage and allocates it to the restaurant and allocates it to golf. We house all of that in G&A. So you got to keep that in mind when you're looking at some of these things, that the numbers are not shown the same way in the budget that in the template that we're giving you when you see your financials. So utilities, for example, what is it, 60% you're throwing at F&B, roughly, restaurant?
40 to
yeah.
F&B, 60 to golf.
Yeah, so when you look at our numbers at what is happening in F&B, it's going to be different on the expense side because the utilities are all lumped into G&A, okay? Whereas when he presents something to you, he actually attaches utilities to the specific parts of the clubhouse. Right. So it's a little different, and that's why sometimes I think there's a little confusion when they look at what our numbers say versus what you get in front of you. Just trying to point that out.
I don't think we see your numbers, do we? Where we see ours?
Except for right now, as you're looking at this. I think what you're seeing in these G&A, for example, you're seeing utilities different than what you would normally see in your financials.
I hope we're seeing them the way they're supposed to be.
Well,
was this generated from our template or no?
This is their.
Oh, this one is theirs.
This page is their template.
Oh, okay, all right.
But I guess what he's saying is when you look at
the summary sheet.
The summary sheet breaks out the G&A just like the financials that we looked at today. So if you have your March financials and you look at the first page, that is a district page, and then if you go to the next couple pages, you see the BCG summary below that. Right. So you're getting kind of both, and you'll get my comments per the line items in your financials. It just breaks it. The bottom line is the same. The bottom number remains the same, but it's just broken out slightly different.
Yeah, we know the answer to this, but what was the $160,000 that we spent this year in outside services?
In what? Outside services.
There's $160,000 in outside services that we
probably you, Earl.
spent this year.
This is not a popular subject among BCG. So that was something that we did. We struggled for my first couple of years here, staffing and getting people that would come to work every day and be here and do the job. And I made the decision to go outside to a temporary agency to bring in some employees to do some stuff. That is not something that falls in line with Billy Casper's overall objective, and so we have started weaning ourselves off of those employees, and I have assured my regional, who reports to Mr. Chansey, that we would effectively end that moving forward. So that's what we're going to do. So.
And I was going to tell you, Craig, you can follow that along in the financials where his labor.
That's where you increase the labor.
Right.
Okay.
So, but in our financials that you can follow throughout the year, you can see that he's been subsequently under budget in labor and over budget in that category.
I knew I should know what it was, but I wasn't too sure.
No, and it is different than previous years because we started that last year.
And in that category for that budget next year includes, you have
there's some tree work and things like that are still allocated into the outside services, which is truly an outside company, which that is in this year's number as well. We've had an outside company come in twice to remove dead pine trees and things like that, and we're going to do some stuff in-house, but there's a few trees that we'll have to do with an outside contractor. There was some that we did over near the cart barn that we don't have qualified guys to do that. So we'll continue, that trend, but for the most part, we'll bring that stuff in-house.
Okay.
Any other maintenance questions? Food and beverage expenses? And we've already answered the one about equipment. For the most part, that actually it's remained the same. It's actually down ever so slightly if you take out that 10,000 from the capital. So it's pretty much the same. Sales and marketing on the next page, page 17. Any questions on that? A slight reduction in a few categories, but overall remains the same.
Well, I would suggest your sales and marketing ought to be higher. If you don't get some more people in this place, you're missing the boat, Mike.
Right.
It's got to improve in there.
I feel like there's, in the past, I feel like some of those dollars have gone unused, and especially right now, in our current situation, it's been kind of a place where we've been able to kind of conserve some money. I still feel like this budget's ample enough to do what we need to do.
Okay.
I think we just need to do things, a little bit differently. You can see we're in that print advertising category. If you're using newspaper or magazine articles, which is fine, I like to use those, but I'm trying to trend this more towards the social media kind of campaigns. Not in entirety, but I feel, I feel we get a better reach. I feel we get a better data of who we're reaching. I think we can better target who we want to reach. And it's also the cost savings from that is incredible. So my push is to go that way. I think it's far more efficient. And that's why I feel comfortable with these numbers.
What does social media get you outside Sun and Lakes?
Social media puts you anywhere on the map you want to go.
Pardon?
Social media can put you anywhere on the map you want to go. We can advertise in Ontario, Canada, if you want to.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha.
We can geofence. If we want to advertise at the races, we can geofence around the racetrack, and anybody that walks in there could get dinged with an ad. Or, I know they do that a lot here with the TDC, but it's way more efficient than putting a coupon on page 17 of the newspaper. Any other questions on marketing?
You got to remember, you got an aged group in this area too.
Believe it or not, and when I first got into it, believe it or not, the people that use Facebook the most right now is your age group. The younger kids now are not. Yeah, if you went up to a 20-year-old kid right now and said Facebook, they're like, "Oh my God, you're old." We're doing Instagram, we're doing Snapchat, we're doing, so Facebook really targets our market very well. Okay. And I think it's moving a little bit more towards Instagram, so we're going to start pushing in that direction as well. So yes.
And Twitter.
And we might not be quite to Twitter yet, but we'll be there. So, all right. So page 18, I don't know if you have any questions on that. I'll probably refer to Omar.
Go to the next page. I'll wait for you.
Page 19. Sign her out of order.
I don't know if I have the right page 19 or not.
5-year capital, Mr. Gall? Yeah.
I got the right one?
Yeah.
So my question would be, there was 3 things taken out of this. I think we did it last, turtle run restrooms, curbing, the range putting green, front entrance landscaping, the whole number 17 stuff, or the short game practice area. Anyway, there's been a lot of stuff removed and not necessarily put anywhere. So my question is, does that mean it's not going to ever happen, it's a dead issue, or does it need to be placed someplace in here?
I feel depending on the direction of the board, that was our first initial kind of go around with this. I believe the board decided to push the restroom back, so I think we need to put it on next year's.
So what do you want to put, are we pushing it out? It's never going to happen in the next 5 years?
I'm saying we need to put it back on here
Or you
for our
need to
next
put it back
discussion.
on?
Yes.
So what I'm challenging you, because you're going to redo this thing for next time, is to make sure that what you want is actually on this piece of paper.
Right.
Because that's not the case.
No, we'll be bringing that back to you. I'm not sure when our next 5-year.
As I told you the other day, on hole 17, for example, hole 17, you guys were talking about a tremendous amount of money to fix it, and we said, no, that's way too much, we're not going to deal with it. But you should still put down hole 17 if you believe in it. Just put a smaller number, 75 instead of 150, put down 75. We've got to know where we are for the next 5 years, or have a pretty good idea, so we can decide how we're going to handle this. And if it's not there, we have no clue. So I'm asking you to...
Yeah, I think from the last meeting, there was a reaction to take out the stuff that was a hot topic. Between that and this meeting, it was more prep for the operating discussion, not so much on the 5-year capital. We haven't had a chance as a group, meaning Tanya, Omar, Mike, everybody, to get back together to say, okay, obviously that didn't go the way we anticipated, so we're going to take another look at it. We're going to come back to the table. I know I've already done it on hole 17 and the putting green issue. We're going to come back with some alternatives that are much more budget friendly, that are addressing the initial issues, not the scope that we changed.
If you're saying hole 17, we're not going to do it with 3 or 4 years, and it's 75,000, for example. We don't need specific details at this point, I don't think.
Sure.
We just need to know that you're going to fix 17, you think it's going to cost this, and as we get closer, you'll give us the details.
We can do that too, but I have a detailed breakdown. I actually, because Mr. Herrick had asked specifically at the last meeting, I gave him a breakdown on what I did initially a few years ago, which comes in at, I think, 45,000. That includes some contingency to it. So
let's just make sure this page is as good as you can get it with the knowledge that you guys got, so, because we need to know the information.
Yeah, we'll be updating it.
And that includes the Deer Run irrigation scenario. Yeah. If you think it's going to happen in the next 5 years, you better put it in here.
In fact,
I know you're making an educated guess, but...
So, I actually thought we'd move that irrigation upgrade up.
That was Turtle Run irrigation.
Yeah, the Turtle Run greens loops are in 23, 24.
Yeah, okay. If we think we need to do that earlier for the condition of the course, I think you make that recommendation. Don't push everything out that shouldn't be pushed out. Push out what you can, but if it's needed to be done to maintain the course the way we want it, I think you got to give us the opportunity to say yes or no on it.
Sure, and we will, but the way that all arrives where stuff kind of gets plugged in, it's not just, Billy Casper would put it all in 21, 22 if we could do it, but we have to fit within what Mike Hurley wants to do for the roadways and what Tanya has and what Omar has, and try to make it all work so 1 year is not $3 million. So obviously you and I we rode yesterday, we looked at specifically, I showed you some examples like hole number 2 where the green surround, and I explained that there's no irrigation on the mounds, that
Right.
I can water just the mounds. If I turn the mounds on, which need 200% more water than the green needs, I have to run the green as well. So we just choose not to do that because first and foremost, greens are always our priority. So if you ask me, hey, Earl, what's your number one thing? I would tell you, let's spend $350 tomorrow on that, but that may not necessarily fit into the Sun and Lake as a whole. So I think we're always arm wrestling, if you want to call it that, or we're at our meetings internally, we're always saying, okay, what do we have to do? And Mike or Tanya or whoever may have speed tables or paving a road. To them, that's just as big a priority as the Greens Loop is to me. So
If it all comes in 1 year, it all comes in 1 year. That's why you got a board to decide we're going to do roads or we're going to do the golf.
But that's outside
that's what we're here
of my scope or Mike's scope. It's, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to. But we'll put it on paper of what it is, and then you guys make the call, I guess.
We'll have another internal meeting together for 5-year capital, and we'll get it updated, and we'll bring it back to you. So all the subsequent pages on there all go with the capital. I don't know if you have any individual questions on the next few pages with those capital items. And then the final page is the org chart. There's really no changes to the org chart.
I do have, I'm sorry, I missed something. On the 2 ice machines that we're going to buy, we decided not to buy those?
We put them in operating.
Yes.
We put them in operating. We put them in golf operating.
Oh, they're in here somewhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not in the capital plan anymore.
I guess. For this year?
Yeah.
Before you guys go, I got one more thing. Want to hear it? For this guy to do early. I still don't understand why we don't get together that John Deere lease that we have with Casper, or the golf course, I should say. Why we don't tie in early in his equipment with that is beyond me. So while you're both here, maybe you guys could address this and explain to me why it's not financially beneficial to us?
You want to ask me or something? So, I guess we asked George. I asked George to do a cost analysis on the district and see if it would be feasible. Now for golf, they're turning over their gators every 4 years. They put a lot more wear and tear. Our gators typically in George's department last him about 10 years. So our return on a gator makes way more sense for us to buy them and keep them long term. We're not putting a lot of cost in it, so we didn't see it feasible to make it inside the lease. And we're only buying one at a time, so it's only a $12,000 expense.
He's asking for $800,000 worth of equipment over the next 5 years.
Yeah, but not the majority of it isn't John Deere, like gators or tractors.
Tractors or sidearms.
It wouldn't be lease equipment.
You're telling me that we can't make this thing, save ourselves some money?
Well, the lease isn't saving us money.
Right, we are saving money, because we keep it at 10 years. We lease it and we send it back, and the leases go up.
Well, the lease is charging you interest.
I think to your question, there may be times that we can look at some stuff, maybe it be carts or whatever, and maybe it makes sense to buy those in a year where we're turning the lease, and they can do a dollar buyout lease like we did now and break that out. We probably can save some money on certain items over that. Because we pay less for a gator than they can do.
Save some money,
onesie,
should we
twosie.
check it out?
Sure.
Agreed.
Can we do it before I die?
No.
That's not going to happen until that won't happen until the 4 year, till that first cycle happens.
Yes.
We're only in year 2 of this lease.
Yeah,
we talked about this last year, and nobody did anything.
We could look
What I'm
into
saying is when
that.
your 4 years go out, those carts go here.
I'll bring it up next year.
The HPX, like you guys
Okay, Tanya, you can go to which one you want now.
Okay.
The one that you are.
For the May 24th meeting, we have scheduled to discuss the general fund and the utility fund budgets. When is the next meeting we want to discuss golf again? Do we want to do that June 5th, or we want to do that at the end of June?
We have to do it June 5th.
June 26th. So the two meetings in June, June 5th or June 26th? Is there a...
I would prefer the later date, if we could. Is that, if that doesn't mean any, if there's no difficulty.
Will it affect our overall financials?
The only reason I'm saying that is because we're all still dealing with a pandemic.
Right.
And it's, we don't know how things are going to change in the next 30 days. So if we could push that out a little bit more, plus it'll give us a little bit more time
Can I just have a clarification? What exactly are you going to do? Based on the earlier conversation, I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, we're going to present a budget option to you that essentially overcomes about $300,000 in EBITDA. And so we'll have a list of options, or assumptions, I should say, as to how we got there. Then we'll present that to you.
Okay.
Because I think we're all agreeing that the number is somewhere around 250 or so.
Do we want to make any stipulations? Like personally, I don't want to have you guys throw out overseeding the golf courses. I mean, I think we want to do that. Or do we not want to get into that?
You want to know what we would do? Then you got to leave everything on the table for us. Okay. And then you can throw it out the day of.
Okay. Is that what you guys want? Okay.
Okay, so on June 26th, we'll bring back the golf budget, draft number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll have the capital plan. That'll give us a little bit more time, wherever Earl went there, to take another closer look at the capital plan and add in the things Ray was talking about.
That's theoretically golf first pass, right? But what would be golf second pass?
July 24th is the next meeting after June 26th.
Is that the public meeting, Tanya? The July?
We
So their
typically,
their
yeah.
second pass, yeah, you'd have to make a lot of cuts that first one.
You'd have to make a lot of cuts.
The second one would be the public meeting, which would be the second pass. Yeah. Not the next one, the one right after that.
July 24th.
Is there anything that would preclude us from having a separate workshop in between those two dates? If we did like the 20, whatever it was, the 5th, 26th, and then came back and in between the next date did a workshop to get to a final number?
Nothing. It's up to the board if they want to do a separate workshop.
I just know we have a big get to be done by the whole process.
All right, and the date is September 30th. So we usually, by the time we get to September, we adopt a tentative and final budget. We don't usually have any changes in September. So if we could have a public meeting in August if we wanted to, if we're stretched for time. But typically the golf rates are approved by the end of July. I have seen it as late as August, but usually by August we're trying to get the membership packets out and things. So.
Well, I mean, our angle here, our method is going to be to put this option together with the understanding that whatever we come away with at that meeting, we'll be able to revise the budget pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
And then we should be ready for our next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but if anyone feels we need to have another one in between, we could do that.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Certainly could do that.
At the 26th, it would. Well, we're going to have. We'll have to put the calendar together and send it right back out. more of it to adjust if we have to.
There's some guys going away too, don't forget. Aren't you going away?
Talking
No.
to me?
Yeah.
No, that's changed.
Oh, okay.
I am.
We could bring revisions for,
Okay, I knew people were going away, so we're gonna make sure.
we could bring revisions for the general and utility back on June 5th as an option. I mean, it's a pretty quick turnaround, though.
I mean, theoretically, if we're going to get one workshop in golf, I think that should be the whole day. Well, allocate nothing else besides golf for that day.
Okay.
In case we have a problem.
That's fine.
That date is June.
Friday, June 26th. 24th. No, 26th, that's right. So, thank you all very much.
You're
Then
welcome. Thank you.
Also, as part of the agenda, Supervisor Gilpin, we have the general fund and utility fund capital. We can discuss that now, or we can postpone that to the next meeting, which we already have slated for general and utility fund altogether, if you want to. I'll leave it up to the board, or whatever y'all decide.
Good luck. I'd leave it up to Craig and Ray. So what would you like to do? You want to stay, or?
I don't care.
There's really not that much on there.
What about, do you want to wait till the next meeting and we'll just talk all general utility? I mean, I'll
Is that
leave it up
what
to
you
y'all.
want?
What do you want to do, Omar?
I think that'll be easier. We'll just go through, I don't think there's going to be very many capital discussions. So once we go through the operating budget, you'll have a full picture of the general fund with capital, utility with capital. We can go through all the capital at that time and just make it one big.
Joe, are you okay with discussing the general fund and utility fund capital at the next meeting?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Is that okay, guys?
Okay, good. Well, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Do that?
Anything else?
Nope. Meeting adjourned.